feedback going on, you know. Yes, I think it gone now. Okay. No, I'm still hearing it, but
Honorable, Priest Elvis, mute your mic.
yes, Majesty. So this
Hold on, Priest Happy.
chorus,
Just unmute your mic. I'm gonna mute all the mics and you just
yeah,
okay. Yeah, him unmute. Him mute now. Go ahead. Give that.
yeah. So give thanks against my Lord. Give thanks for this day, a reason. And this chorus is one of the many chorus them where we learn when we go out with the other Nyabinghi brethren and sisters, you know. We really have some nice chorus, you know. Give thanks. So it says, are you building on the rock? Say, are you building on the rock? Say, are you building on the rock? Say, are you building on that solid rock? Say, are you building on that sure foundation? Say, are you building on that solid rock? Say, are you building on the rock? Say, are you building on that solid rock? King Rastafari is I sure foundation. Jah Rastafari is my solid rock. Say, are you building on the rock? Say, are you building on that solid rock? King, holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, if thy foundation should be destroyed, what then shall the righteous do? Most high Jehovah, Jah Rastafari, stand up,
Rastafari.
soldiers of your throne, Jehovah, Jah
Jah. Rastafari.
Rastafari, my Lord and Majesty. Give thanks. Heart of
Honorable
Right.
Majesty, yes, Honorable Priest with the golden voice. And can come in one time with the welcoming word, Honorable Priest.
When you finish, when them done, come in and know about them too. If it ever work.
Honorable, Council fellas,
Blessed.
blessed love, Honorable Prophet Albert,
Glorify the coming in, my Lord.
give thanks God.
Honorable Priest Snap, the welcoming. Priest Snappy.
phone on, tell him mute him phone. Unmute your phone, please, Nappy.
Bless the love, my Lord, Majesty God.
Oh,
Yes.
blessed love, Honorable
Yes,
John
Lord.
Albert.
I'll do
Like
some
it at the midst of the work.
Yes, my Lord. But I'll take a little time out.
All right. You're plastering on your face.
That's on in.
Honorable Priest Nappy, Honorable Priest Nappy. Don't know where like bread. Honorable Priest
Please,
Nappy.
Nappy. Him phone mute. Him phone mute. Him for mute the phone. Like him new phone that thing him hour. Unmute your phone.
You have a real phone now.
Ain't good
And
lead I hear we.
I'm good in here.
You're
So,
accustomed to the Me Too
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, nah here. Priest was about to give you a word.
give thanks, honorable family. We do give thanks for another moment to sit and commune with one another, to share. You know, them say sharing is caring. And the world need more caring as we see. You know, give thanks to the love that our Father, the God of love, has taught I and I. And he has taught I and I how to share it. Yeah, blessed love my Lord and Empress is what the man taught I and I. So we give thanks, for the great anointed teacher. We give thanks to each other. Give thanks to everyone who has taken time to come and partake of this moment. And to all those that are listening on the live stream, we also say welcome, glorify all presence. And we know that today we will have a glorious moment as we unfold a lot of information, and edify ourselves towards our liberty and our culture. Yeah, man. So, yeah, get ready. We're about to take that Sankofa honor and majesty. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah.
Selassie, Rastafari. And speaking about great moments, my lad, we'll take this moment to call on the Honorable Priest Bariso Baba in Ethiopia as we speak, Royal Ambassador, to bless us with a word, my lad.
You hold me standing at the door and hear me pleading evermore. Say, weary heart oppressed with sin. May I come in, may I come in. I delivered thee when bound and when bleeding, healed thine wounds, sought thee wandering and set thee right. Turn thy darkness into light. Can a woman's tender care cease towards the child she bear? Yet she may forgetful be, but I will still remember thee. Mine is love unchanging, higher than the heights above, deeper than the depths beneath. Thou shalt see my glory soon, when the grace of work is done. Partner of my throne shall be, say poor Israel, love thou me, Selassie, Jah,
Jah,
Rastafari.
Jah, Rastafari.
Majesty.
Blessed.
Blessed love, my lad. Give thanks for such upful words, my lad. I always have some nice words when you come on. So we glorify the great moment with us all, fellowshipping with one another. And Honorable
Blessed love.
Empress Diana, our Royal Secretary, can give us the inspirational word for the day.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for another day. Give thanks for another Council of Elders meeting where wisdom, knowledge, and understanding flows freely like love, So give thanks to be here once again. And today is January 16th, and the inspiration is taken from our sister, Ayanla Van Zandt, Acts of Faith. Sitting in a sacred place means you must sit alone. There are times when we each have sacred blessings to learn. These are the lessons that will push us to the limits of our greatness. At these times, it may seem that others are abandoning, rejecting, or criticizing us without just cause. They are not. No matter how hard we try, we can't seem to do, say, or be what others expect of us. We can't. The harder we try to pull others to us, the further they move away. The more we try to fix things, the worse they seem to get. What we must do at these very sacred times is pull back, withdraw, and prepare to grow. Our lessons are very sacred. They are the basic ingredients of our greatness. To accept them, we must be open. To receive them, we must be willing. To understand them, we must be alone. I am sitting in a sacred place, and I give thanks to sit in a sacred space called the Council of Elders, where the elders of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress come together to impart wisdom, knowledge, and understanding onto the upcoming youth in this time and in this generation. So give thanks, my Lord and Empress, for all your time, your presence, and your patience unto I and I youths who are willing to learn the way and the tradition of Rastafari and our African heritage. King Emmanuel VII, Adonai God, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Empress, to give thanks. And you can continue. Before
Go
you go with
into
the
the
roll
roll.
call, before you go with the roll call, I'd like to make everyone aware that today is the royal philosopher, honorable priest as well, Earth Strong. I ain't see him come on yet. I believe he getting a struggle with his phone. So, but I just put that in everyone in the space that today is our beloved brethren, Earth Strong. Continue, President.
My Lord. And our roll call for January the 16th, 2026. Honorable Priest Earl.
Honorable Empress, I pray thee. It's the 18th, not the 16th. 16th
Pardon
was
me,
Friday
sorry.
gone.
The 18th. Listen,
Thank you, historian.
give thanks,
My
my Lord.
Bless.
Honorable Seven Star General, Honorable Priest Earl.
One perfect love, royal empress, one royal family.
Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present, royal family.
Honorable Priest Adagan.
Blessed love, royal family present.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Peace and love, family.
Honorable Priest Seven.
My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Honorable Priest Brown.
At your service, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Honorable Prophet Okito.
Love, Honorable Empress. Blessed love of elders.
Honorable iPhone, you can identify yourself.
No, you missed out Priest Bariso.
Honorable Prophet Albert.
Honorable Priest Barry Sobabo, my Lord. I'm not seeing his name. Like he trip out. Is he here? Oh,
Yeah, I'm
Council
here.
of
Yeah.
Elders, yes. Honorable Priest Barry Sobabo,
Rastafari greetings.
my Lord.
Prophet Albert.
Blessed
Prophet
Albert.
Albert.
Blessed love, royal family. Blessed love.
Honorable Bobo Ken, my Lord. Honorable Empress Miriam.
Blessed love, if you can hear me.
I heard you, Mama. Love you.
Thank you.
Honorable Empress Akem.
Blessed love, royal family. Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Sandra.
Bless the Lord, your family.
Love, Honorable
Bless the love,
Goddess.
Queen.
Honorable Samsung, could you identify yourself, please? Samsung SMGT 715.
Maybe it's pre-snap who won that.
Huh?
I think it's pre-snap who won that. That's a new phone
No,
now.
pre-snappy is flip.
Right. The flip right.
Yeah, that's you. I know you, my lord.
Give thanks.
The Virgin Jumper.
Yeah. I wonder if I stop her because link now, me send the link for him, you know.
Okay, and Honorable Empress Dion, let the record show at the beginning of the meeting, there were 16 participants. My Lord and Empress. 17. Somebody now came back, I feel it. That's the brethren now come back again.
Yeah, give thanks. Yeah. Keep moving.
Right, so we have an impactful meeting today. So let's all remember to stay hydrated for the length of time that we will be sitting and taking in this meeting with all this knowledge and joy that is about to share. And remember to have your pen, paper, phone, laptop, anything that you feel comfortable writing and taking notes with, because at the end of all segments, we will be having a question and answer. So please feel free to take notes, even if it's not for questions and it's for your future remembrance, please feel free to take notes. Stay hydrated and let's have a joyous moment learning and engaging. My Lord and Empress.
Majesty.
Yes, Royal Family. We do give thanks. Today's program is based around the mysterious Nyabinghi. Not specifically the ceremonial order as we have come to know it, but the origins of it. What was the origin? You know, where did it originate, one? And what was the original intention of its creation? How was it applied, you know, originally before it has come to be what it is today? So we will be, unfolding all of this as we go along. Royal Empress, you can go ahead with the video. As we know, as the video keys up, as we know, the tradition originally came out of the Congo. So what we'll be seeing is based on the Congo. That's stuff, all right. Looks like it's about ready. We're not hearing the volume.
And now go and ask if you're hearing now. And I'll put on now.
The Kingdom of Congo was one of the most powerful and influential kingdoms in Central Africa, flourishing in the late 14th century until its decline in the 19th century. Its core territories covered parts of present-day northern Angola, the western regions of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, southern Gabon, and the Republic of the Congo. At its height, The kingdom extended from the Atlantic Ocean in the west to the Kwango River in the east, and from the Congo River in the north to the Kwanza River in the south. The Mwene Congo, meaning Lord or ruler of the Congo, ruled the kingdom, overseeing a vast network of provinces and vassal states. These included neighboring polities like Ngoyo, Kakongo, Luango, Ndongo, and Matamba. The Mwene Congo wielded significant political and spiritual authority, maintaining the kingdom's stability and maintaining its interactions with external powers, particularly the Portuguese. Though the Kingdom of Congo emerged in the 14th century, its origins are likely much older, rooted in smaller centralized communities that gradually merged into a single political entity. Oral traditions and archaeological evidence suggest that the kingdom was founded by a ruler named Lukimi Luanimi, who ruled the several Bantu-speaking groups under his authority. His capital, Mbanza, Congo, became the kingdom's political, religious, and cultural heart. By the 15th century, the Kingdom of Congo had become a well-structured state composed of core provinces directly controlled by the Mwene Congo and peripheral territories that were often autonomous but owed tribute to the central authority. Congo's political system included a noble class, a complex bureaucracy, and a standing military force, all of which helped the Mwene Congo consolidate power. The Kingdom of Congo was organized into provinces, each ruled by a provincial governor appointed by the Mwene Congo. The centralized authority was critical to maintaining the cohesion of the kingdom, which encompassed multiple ethnic groups and languages. In addition to its core territories, Congo exercised influence over neighboring states, such as Ngoyo, Kakongo, and Luango. These provinces paid tribute to the Mwene Congo, either in the form of labor, goods, or military support. Congo society was stratified with a ruling class, commoners, and enslaved individuals. The king and nobility held significant political and religious power, often believed to be divinely appointed. Beneath them were the farmers, craftsmen, and traders who sustained the kingdom's economy. Enslaved individuals, many of whom were captured in warfare, also played a key role in the labor force, though they could sometimes rise to positions of prominence in Congo's military or administrative sectors. The Kingdom of Congo was deeply spiritual, with its indigenous religious beliefs focused on ancestral veneration and the worship of a supreme deity, Nzabi A Mpungu. The Mwene Congo was both a political leader and a spiritual figure, responsible for maintaining the sacred connection between the people and the spiritual world. The kingdom had a rich oral tradition, with griots and bards playing a vital role in preserving and transmitting the kingdom's history, legends, and customs. In the early 16th century, the kingdom experienced a religious transformation when King Nzinga A Nkwaku converted to Christianity, taking the name Joao I. The conversion was largely a response to increasing contact with the Portuguese, who had arrived in the Congo coast in the late 15th century. The spread of Christianity throughout the kingdom introduced new cultural and religious dynamics, blending with existing Congo spiritual practices. Portuguese explorers, led by Diogo Cao, first arrived on the coast of the Kingdom of Congo in the 1480s. Initial contact between the two powers was friendly and mutually beneficial. The Portuguese were impressed by the sophistication of the Congo's political structure and sought to establish trade relations, particularly in goods like copper, ivory, and later enslaved people. For the Kingdom of Congo, Portuguese trade provided new economic opportunities and access to European goods, including firearms, which were valuable for maintaining control over rival states. The relationship between Congo and Portugal deepened in the early 16th century when King Joao I embraced Christianity, initiating a long-standing alliance between the two powers. Portuguese missionaries and priests soon arrived in Congo, establishing churches, converting local populations, and promoting European cultural customs. However, this relationship also had negative consequences. The burgeoning transatlantic slave trade soon became a key point of contention. The Portuguese increasingly demanded enslaved individuals, and the internal dynamics of the Congo were strained by provincial rulers, and neighboring states competed for control of this lucrative and destructive trade. The Kingdom of Congo's decline can be traced to both internal and external pressures. Internally, succession disputes and provincial revolts weakened the central authority of the Mwene Congo. Provincial leaders, such as those in Ndongo and Mataba, sought greater autonomy, reducing the kingdom's power over its traditional territories. Additionally, the rise of the transatlantic slave trade created severe social and economic disruptions. As the demand for enslaved people grew, warfare increased, and local economies shifted from agriculture to the export of human beings. Externally, the increasing involvement of European powers in Central Africa, particularly the Portuguese, Dutch, and French, destabilized the region. Portugal's effort to assert direct control over the Congo, particularly after the Battle of Mbuila in 1665, where the Mwene Congo Antonio I was killed, led to further fragmentation. By the late 17th century, Congo had splintered into several smaller kingdoms, each vying for power and influence. Although the kingdom continued to exist in a diminished form in the 19th century, its influence was largely eclipsed by European colonial expansion. The once great kingdom of Congo became a shadow of its former self, and its lands were gradually absorbed by the colonial territories of Angola, Congo, and Gabon. Despite its decline, the legacy of the Kingdom of Congo endures. The Kingdom of Congo remains a symbol of African resilience, adaptability, and complexity, standing as a testament to the rich history of pre-colonial Africa. Its history challenges simplified narratives about Africa and a continent solely shaped by European intervention, showing instead a powerful, organized state with its agency and influence in the wider world. For more information, please visit my website at www.ontheshoulders1.com. There, you can support my OTSOG book series. You can also support me on Patreon at patreon.com/OTSOG. And you can hit the super like button under this video. I love you all, and make sure you catch the next video coming up.
Yes, family. As we just heard, give us a little understanding of the political system that ran Congo as a kingdom before it diminished into just a nation state.
My Lord, Majesty bless, pardon.
Yeah.
Continue. Power is it color. All right. Power.
Let me read this.
Yeah.
Power intrigue exists among humans from an ancient time. The scriptures teach in the Christian allegorical version of the human creation story of Cain and Abel, sons of the first two humans created by God. Cain killed his brother Abel because of envy and lust. In the Ethiopian ice story, there has always been palace intrigue, family and associates fighting for power. Moving. The same narrative applies to Queen Nyabinghi. Palace intrigue find that Queen Kitami of Moroporo possessed a special sacred drum and was murdered by her husband so he could steal this magical instrument and rule over the kingdom of Ndungo and Buganda, which are parts of the vast Congo kingdom. After Queen Nyabinghi was murdered, a mystical manifestation of metempsychosis, as described by the Greeks, or Gilgal in Jewish terminology, Queen Kitami's spirit morphed into Nyabinghi, a spirit of resistance transferable to other energies of similar female personalities. While it first manifested in the divine feminine energies, the warrior queens created rituals to transfer the indomitable,
Indomitable, not indomitable.
right, good my lord, give thanks. Spirit of resistance into their warrior females and males alike. It went dormant during the 18th century and was re-energized in the 19th century when the defender of the faith, the king of Abyssinia in the land of Kush, was elected the supreme leader of the Nyabinghi order. The emperor of Ethiopia, 5 years into his tenure, found his kingdom being the last bastion of resistance and freedom, threatened by the same enemies that Queen Nyabinghi and Muhumusa fought against the Roman of Italy with their French and British allies. The Belgians and Portuguese had already claimed their portion of the land grab and were busy working their slaves to death to extract the natural mineral-rich resources of their colonies. With Ethiopia being the only standing free people, the liberator of that time, it should say the liberators of that time realized that if Ethiopia fails, the background thing can make it difficult for it. Conquered, making liberty much harder to attain. The freeman fighters came together and selected His Imperial Majesty to lead the resistance, throwing their support behind him. This is where it becomes interesting as the revolution begins.
We are wait for it to start.
Yeah, it's it always have to key up.
And as we waiting, what did I them get from that little piece I reading there? Was the missionary of the Christian churches ever divine, or was it always a sham? It was always a sham, my lad.
Always a sham, my lord. That was clear. And it will be clearer as we go on. We'll get past the little technical difficulties.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a set of drumming from Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay.
Yes, I.
Rastafari. Honorable Empress Akim.
Yes, Honorable. I'm here. I love the sound of the drums. Oh my goodness. Give thanks. Queen Nyabinghi. Queen Nyabinghi. You know, the drumming made me think of Kumina as well. All right. Queen Nyabinghi, also spelled Nyabinghi, is both a legendary historical figure and a powerful spiritual entity central to East African resistance and the Rastafari movement. The term Nyabinghi refers to three primary subjects. One, the legendary warrior queen in East African oral tradition, covering modern-day Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. Nyabinghi was an 18th and 19th century ruler, often identified as Queen Katami of the Mpororo Kingdom. The legend, according to tradition, she was a peaceful ruler murdered by her husband, King Ruhinda, who sought to steal her kingdom, and the spirit. I don't know if a part was missing. Empress Dion, did I miss something?
No, Empress.
Okay,
No, Empress.
just making sure. Okay. The spirit, after her death, she was venerated as a deity or powerful spirit. She became a symbol of resistance against oppression and patriarchal systems, believed to communicate through female mediums known as Bagirawa. 2, Queen Muhumuza.
Muhuza.
Yes, I struggle with that. This is my first time seeing it with the Z. Okay, I didn't know if it was with an S or not, but Muhumuza, Queen Muhumuza, the reincarnation. In the early 20th century, a Rwandan queen mother named Muhumuza claimed to be possessed by the spirit of Nyabinghi. Muhumuza led a fierce military campaign against German, British, and Belgian colonial forces in East Africa. She was captured by the British in 1911 and imprisoned in Kampala, where she died in 1945. Her legacy cemented the name Nyabinghi as a rallying cry for death to all oppressors. Muhumuza, also spelled Muhumuza, give thanks, and Queen Nyabinghi are two distinct historical and spiritual figures. Muhumuza was a real historical figure, a Rwandan queen and wife of King Kigeli the fourth. No, that's the fifth. Rwabugiri, who lived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Nyabinghi, by contrast, is a legendary figure or Amazon queen from oral tradition. It moved out of sight, Empress. From oral tradition, often identified as an 18th century queen of the Mpororo Kingdom, modern day Uganda, Rwanda, who became a where are we at? Okay, seems as if it skipped. Okay. Muhumuza was a powerful Umugirawa spiritual medium who was believed to be possessed by the spirit of Nyabinghi. She spoke and acted with the authority of this spirit. Her followers often addressed her as Nyabinghi. Many of her followers believe Muhumuza was the reincarnation of the legendary Queen Nyabinghi, which helped her galvanize resistance against German and British colonial rule. Muhu Musa used the spiritual authority of Nyabinghi to lead an armed rebellion against colonial forces in Rwanda and Uganda until her capture in 1913. To be continued. In African history. Excuse me. Hold on.
In African history, Rwanda, Uganda, the Nyabinghi's spirit was a powerful symbol of anti-colonial resistance in the Africa Great Lake region, modern-day Uganda, Rwanda, and Tanzania, from the mid-19th to mid-20th century. It manifested through various mediums or abagaris who were primarily women. After 1911, Kigari, another key figure, followed in Muhammada's footsteps and engineered the Nakashini Revolt in 1917, continuing the armed struggle against British forces and evading capture for years. Ndangusti, a male leader, led a large-scale Nyabinghi uprising that continued until around 1928, when he and many of his followers were captured. Aquila Tune was a legendary Congo princess and warrior who, after being defeated and enslaved by the Portuguese in 1665, Battle of Mbawali, was trafficked to Brazil, escaped, and became a revered leader in the free Black settlement of Palmeiras, inspiring resistance and being recognized as the matriarch of its leaders, Ganga Zumba and Zumbi dos Palmeiras. Her story symbolizes African resistance against colonialism and slavery, linking the Kingdom of Congo with the foundational struggle for Black freedom in the Americas. A princess from the powerful Kingdom of Congo, she led a significant force of 10,000 men and women into battle against the Portuguese in 1665. At the Battle of Mbawalia, 1665, Aquila Tune fought bravely but was defeated by the Portuguese, resulting in heavy losses and her capture. She was then sold into slavery, transported across the Atlantic, and taken to Brazil. She escaped and found refuge in Palmeiras, a large independent community, Colombo, of escaped Africans and allies. Aquila Tune became a leader in Palmeiras, establishing her own Kuilumbo and becoming the mother of Ganga Zumba, a key leader and the maternal grandmother of Zumbi dos Palmeiras, the legendary final leader of Palmeiras. Her leadership is a story of a powerful narrative of defiance, to be continued.
Rastafari. Honorable Priest Nappy.
Mabialogo.
I don't know.
Honorable Priest Adigan?
No, him not on. Him not on.
Yeah, Honorable Priest Adigan.
Well, I will go through. I will go through.
Blessed. Give
You
thanks.
can read. Yeah.
Okay, continue reading.
Yeah.
Queen Katami didn't create a new ceremony. She was practicing the science of her ancestors. Divination, or what the Greeks call necromancy, is part of the African tradition practiced in the Congo Kingdom. Communication with ancestral spirits to guide through the perils of life was part of the African reality. The science behind Queen Nyabinghi was based on the art of war, disarming the enemy without confrontation. The Nyabinghi ceremony lasts for several days, consisting of fasting and spiritual enhancement. The drumming created a vibration frequency, sending waves of positive charges to the nervous center, which triggers various reactions to certain frequency. These reactions can cause a pardon my Lord and Empress, repeat. These reactions can cause a trance-like state, which creates a feeling of invincibility. On the other side, it causes discombobulation, my Lord, discombobulation and hallucinating. These altered hallucinating. These altered mood states are used to heighten the fear syndrome in the targeted enemy, causing a hasty retreat. Africans never weaponized their science to cause mass casualty or destruction. It was used as a deterrent. Europeans created weapons of mass destruction like the Gatling gun, which was used by Leopold of Belgium army to massacre tens of thousands of Congolese. The fear of African sacred science soon caused the European invaders to change their method of attack, and they started to lay landmines, use machine guns in attacks, and drop bombs instead. In Ethiopia, the Italians dropped mustard gas, which poisoned the rivers and killed wildlife, domestic animals, and people. The honorable way of true warriors looking the enemy in their eyes before confrontation was abandoned because of fear for the science of the African. In Kenya, the Mau Mau Revolution, led by the Kikuku tribe, also used the science of Queen Kikuku.
Yeah.
Kikuyu.
Kikuyu, yeah.
Kikuyu. All right. In Kenya, the Mau Mau Revolution, led by the Kikuyu tribe, also used the science of Queen Nyabinghi to drive fear into the British invader. Emperor Haile Selassie first in 1936 launched a campaign of resistance against Italian invaders in Ethiopia. This campaign saw the King of Kush elevate to the leadership of the secret society of the Order of Nyabinghi. The astral projection of Emperor Haile Selassie I first was said to extend beyond the borders of the African continent into Europe and the Americas, causing pandemonium in this so, my Lord, repeat that line. And the Americans causing pandemonium. This is expressed in the propaganda documents I am about to share, which was written by popular European journalists. My Lord.
To be continued.
To be continued.
As we are seeing on the screen here, that's a picture of the Battle of Mitwali. These are literal pictures of I and I family.
Honorable
No, we're
Priest.
not at we're not at that stage as yet. Here we see again pictures depicting what took place in the Congo. Honorable Empress. Yeah. Honorable Prophet Okito. Honorable Prophet Okito.
I think he stepped away for 15.
Okay. Let me just move on. Give me 1 second as we queue up. Okay. Continue. African women in the Caribbean fiercely fought for freedom through leading revolts, guerrilla warfare, and resistance. What we are doing here is showing you the consistency of our tradition. In the first set of narrative, they talk about a Qualitoon who was a great empress leading a revolt against the Portuguese in the Congo. She lost in one of the battles, was captured, and shipped through the transatlantic slave trade across into the Caribbean. She ended up in Brazil, where she continued that struggle and is a legend, for what she did. Now it transfers over into the Caribbean here, where we are gonna hear now a little bit of how the energy of Nyabinghi transfers from medium to medium, from queen to queen, and even to man and man as well. Because in 1936, as was said earlier, Emperor Haile Selassie I became the supreme leader of the Nyabinghi order. And that is what the document, the propaganda document, will disclose later on as we get into that. Continue. African women in the Caribbean fiercely fought for freedom through leading revolts, guerrilla warfare, and resistance with iconic figures like Queen Nanny of Jamaica, a legendary Maroon leader. The Queen Brew, the Queen of St. John, who led a major 1733 slave revolt. Queen Mary, Queen Agnes, and Queen Matilda, who spearheaded the devastating 1878 Fireburn Rebellion in the Danish West Indies. And others like Caroletta Lucumi of Cuba and Juan Tete Loque of St. Martin, demonstrating incredible courage and strategic prowess against slavery across the islands. Queen Nanny of the Maroons, a national heroine and warrior queen, she led the Windward Maroons in guerrilla warfare against the British, securing freedom and peace for her people in the First Maroon War. Brew of St. John, USVI, and Akwamu woman who led a significant 1733 slave rebellion, seizing control of much of the island before the revolt was suppressed. She chose suicide over re-enslavement. The Fireburn Rebels, St. Croix, Danish West Indies. Queen Mary, Queen Agnes, and Queen Matilda led this violent 1878 labor revolt or labor riot, burning plantations and sugar mills to protest brutal conditions, becoming lasting symbols of resistance. Caroleta Lucumi of Cuba, a Yoruba woman who led the Triunvirato sugar plantation rebellion in 1843, fighting for liberation before being captured and executed. One Tete Lockhe of St. Martin, a defiant enslaved woman known for her courage and resistance, she became a symbol of freedom after being brutally punished, losing a breast for defying her master, and that's how she became one Tete Lockhe. Defying her master, inspiring others. Marie Jane Lamartiniere and Sante Belair, Haitian women who fought fiercely in the Haitian Revolution, with Lamartiniere disguised as a man, and Belair leading charges, highlighting women's central role in the fight for independence. Enslaved women like Kitty, Polly, and Katura participated in stealing boats to escape to freedom in places like Bermuda. Everyday resistance with women like Koba of Jamaica repeatedly ran away, demonstrating relentless pursuit of freedom, while others used their voices and actions to challenge the oppressive system daily. These women, often from West African backgrounds, were not just passive victims, but active agents of change, employing strategic warfare, spiritual power, and sheer defiance to fight for their liberation and that of their communities. African American women in America fought for freedom as abolitionists, civil rights activists, and suffragists, with iconic figures like Harriet Tubman, who led hundreds of freedom, who led hundreds to freedom. Sojourner Truth, a powerful orator, Ida B. Wells, an anti-lynching crusader, and Rosa Parks, a catalyst for the civil rights movement, alongside countless others like Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Cheryl Chisholm, challenging oppression through direct action, organizing, and legislative efforts. Harriet Tubman, 1822 to 1930, escaped slavery and became a conductor on the Underground Railroad, guiding enslaved people to freedom, and served as a spy from the Union Army during the Civil War. Sojourner Truth, 1797 to 1883, an abolitionist and women's rights advocate, known for her powerful "Ain't I a Woman" speech, highlighting the unique struggles of Black women. Ida B. Wells, 1862 to 1931, a journalist and anti-lynching activist who courageously exposed racial violence, also fighting for suffrage and women's rights. Rosa Parks, 1913 to 2005. Her refusal to give up her bus seat sparked the Montgomery bus boycott, becoming a pivotal moment in the civil rights movement. Ella Baker, 1903 to 1986, a crucial organizer and strategist who mentored young activists and helped found organizations like Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. Fannie Lou Hamer, 1917 to 1977, a Mississippi sharecropper and voting rights activist who co-founded the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, challenging voter suppression. Shirley Chisholm, 1924 to 2005, the first Black woman elected to Congress, 1968, and the first to run for president, 1972, breaking barriers in politics. Black women were essentially suing for freedom and speaking publicly despite societal norms, as detailed in this article. Civil rights movement. Women like Diane Nash, Daisy Bates, and Septima Clark led sit-ins, organized voters' registration drives, and built communities. Figures such as Kathleen Cleaver, Angela Davis, and Elaine Brown pushed for Black liberation and self-determination. These women fought for freedom through activism, journalism, political leadership, and direct action, challenging racial and gender discrimination at every turn to achieve equality and justice. And those last three names, Kathleen Cleaver, Angela Davis, and Elaine Brown, were members of the Black Panther Party. And as we wind down, African women fought for freedom through political activism, armed resistance, and social movements, with key figures like Funmilayo Ransom Kuti from Nigeria. She fought for women's rights and and against colonialism. Ya Asantewa, Ghana, anti-colonial wars. Bibi Titi Mohammed from Tanzania fought for independence and was a mobilizer. And South African anti-apartheid activists like Charlotte Max Iki and Albertina Sisulu, leading movements of suffrage, education, and liberation against colonial and oppressive regimes across the continent. The anti-colonial and independence movements led by Yasantewa in Ghana. She was a queen mother who led the Asante people in the War of the Golden Stool in 1900 against British rule. Fun Malaya Ransom Kute was a lioness of Lisabe, a political activist who fought for women's rights, education, and against colonial taxes, sparking the Abi Okuta Women's Union. Bibi Titi Mohammed from Tanzania was a mobilizer. She mobilized women for the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, a key force in Tanganyika's independence. Mutoni Likimani of Kenya, a journalist and activist who fought for women's rights and independence in Kenya. Betty Kawunda of Zambia, an independent activist who co-founded the UNIP Women's League and the Pan-African Women's Organization, PAWO. And that was launched a year before the OAU in 1962. Anti-apartheid and civil rights of South Africa. Charlotte McEachie, mother of Black freedom, led the anti-pass movement, that's the pass book they're talking about, for Black women and founded the Bantu Women's League. Albertina Sisulu, a tireless activist with the ANC, co-founder of the Federation of South African Women, FEDSA. Amina Kachila, a key organizer for FEDSA and the ANC during the defiance campaign against apartheid laws. Lillian Nagoyi, a powerful leader of the anti-pass protest and a key figure in FEDSA. Ruth First and Helen Suzman, intellectuals and activists who fought against apartheid through journalism and political action. Other notable figures are Miriam Makeba, which everybody know, Mama Africa, singer and activist who used their platform globally to fight apartheid and to defend Pan-Africanism. Wangari Maathai of Kenya, Nobel laureate, who founded the Green Belt movement, empowering women and fighting environmental degradation and oppression. Yes, Honorable Empress, you can put up the seal up. No. The epilogue. Yeah. In this world of megalomaniacs, people with insatiable lust for power, self-recognition, and dominion over others, the spirit of resistance will forever be a metempsychosis, transferred to the downpressed in an act of self-preservation. Today, in a world of criminally insane leaders trying to eradicate people of African descent, the spirit of Nyabinghi is vital in defense of I and I liberty. The sad part is that those entrusted to invoke such energy have fallen prey to the offensive of Babylon religion. The defense of the African nation is being misled by religious profaners who in their colonized minds think that praying and singing, God, the esoteric spirit, will step in and redeem us. That didn't happen for our ancestors, who were much more disciplined and divine in their liberty, and will not happen for I and I. Throughout time, those who were victorious against the evil intentions of men had to take a militant stand and do whatever was necessary to secure their liberty. Rastafari, a demographics whose origins are rooted in resistance, are now parading the entertainment stages as minstrels, using the science taught by our foreparents as instruments of theatre. The science of our ancestors was declared taboo, and so we modified it to gain acceptance from society, going along with Babylon to get along. It, it is time to awaken the sleeping spirits of Nyabinghi and lead the people to victory. Africa is awaiting its creators. I and I and I, Rastafari, Hotep.
Selassie, yeah,
Ras.
Rastafari. Yes, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for such information. At this moment, I'd like to take time to recognize our beloved brethren, patriarch, battle axe, and weapon. From that time, even until this time, meet the man in the courts of King Emmanuel. He was the man responsible for the service during the week, and Jah pick this on the Sabbath day. Jah pick the priest, but that man there was responsible for the priest them for the whole week. And that's the one and only Honorable Royal Angel leading priest. Itafa said, "Love my Lord."
Majesty.
Majesty, my Lord. Rastafari.
Our power and strength, Bobo.
Rastafari. You thanks to hear the right voice, and I know every man here glorify.
I love God.
All strength and power and healing to the man.
Majesty Jah.
Rastafari. I want to big up the man called, hear me, the man called Honorable Priest German. The man put up a video there, Tafa, and the first me see is how we were coming in Philadelphia. The idea we had some shepherd's part. Either is Philly or
New York.
New York and New York. All right. Yeah, man. It was there. I say, boy, I have to tell Priest German, no respect. And first time I see it.
Yeah, man. Up thing, the health thing there. Brethren dead
there. Yeah. By that brethren there.
Yeah. Upper Russian.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yes, I said, I just remember some precious moments, how they linger. My God.
I love Jah. And it works,
Rastafari. You see it? Yes, yes, so and we continue. Priest Adigan, my mind is thinking like your mind this moment. Let me say, I wonder if Priest Adigan think guide run through my mind. Because all the mightiness of what we just read there, all of them end up getting captured. All of them end up like, it would have looked so, like they lose the battle. Because we hear about the powers, but at the end of the day, the white will conquer them with the weapons of war and destruction. And the next day was the of just Christ, but divine was created, because we know spirituality was created to uplift mankind, all ones, even all as we never say black and white, and them come and say, so, just I let them 2 little observations, my lord, and I have a praise, can go on.
Majesty bless. Yeah, you said something alright a while ago, Honorable Chair. While they didn't win the war, everything that each of them did helped to get us where we are in this moment.
My Lord.
Because if they they never waged resistance, then we would have been further back in that enslavement. Because we had that indomitable spirit that could not be conquered. it bring about the final victory. Because check it out, the sister Aqualatoon, she fighting the war from in her country. She get captured, taken across that long, gruesome, unimaginable journey across the Atlantic to Brazil. And when she get there, she wasn't broken. Them couldn't break her.
Create a neck
And we talk
vibe. Right.
yes, and we're talking about a woman. These are the things that we want to highlight and to zone in
Yeah.
on. She went there and she rise up again. And she made their space uncomfortable. And that is what they did. We didn't outrightly win the war at that moment, but we made them space uncomfortable. So eventually, when it got
Because the war not over. We lose the battle, but the war not over.
so eventually when it got too burdensome, them had to make decisions because they were losing more than they were gaining. When you hear about the like in Brazil there, the slave uprising, the plantation them getting burned down. Same thing in VI with the three sister them, Matilda and them burn down whole heap of the plantation and not just the plantation, not just cane and them thing there. Them burn down the cane mill and things that really hurt them financially. And it pushed them, it forced them to, come to some decision. Is this worth it? And it's so eventually now we stress them to the point where, yeah, them have to just free way up. So it's consistency, that is really the key to it. And again, cultural consistency. As this is about Nyabinghi, Muhu Musa, the different spirits of Nyabinghi. It started with Kitma, and it went on to Muhu Musa. And it went on and on and on down the line. A spirit that never existed before, or it was not necessary before Kitma. But after her, which is Queen Nyabinghi, they say after her death, not before, because during her life, she was a peaceful queen. That is what her name symbolizes. She was a peaceful queen who ruled a harmonious empire. There were no revolts and problems in her empire under her tenure, according to the history. It is when we encountered the Portuguese and the Dutch and those people that everything fell apart. And she was murdered. She lost her life. But after her husband, now remember, now it's not even the Portuguese or the Dutch killer, Is
She
her
own her husband.
Yeah, envious because she had this drum, and the drum, he thought that it was the drum. We have wise man, we have understanding. We know that the drum is something that we make. Like the man said, we can make something and turn around and give it a greater power than I, the creator.
Bigger than we. Yeah,
So the drum that he thought had this mystical and magical power is what he wanted. And what him do, him go murder him wife to get the drum and rule the kingdom. He got the drum, but he never get to rule in a peace. Because he could not harness the power that his wife was harnessing. And they say no, it's after her death now, her spirit morphed from that calm, nurturing queen to that resistant spirit.
And that spirit vibes is a reality. And when you talk about it, I think I should have bring on Bambiana. Bambiana explained a situation in Uganda to me. He with some man and they burning some herb. And this young man, one of the youths amongst them, go in a trance and they say no, because Bambiana is in name. Yeah, the killer she was here. Either we heard they call God or ancient spirit. But whatever them say, Bambiana manifesting the youth. And the youth them and he telling the youth them when him was rallying in the flesh, I saw him used to look. And Bambiana dreadlocks. Because the rest of one wasn't dread, you know. So I just that's that little piece where we to say it's still real, that kind of vibes.
Yes. And as we're talking about now, since you bring it to that, the drums, the drum beat now, it was the science of the drum that his wife created. It was the rhythmic patterns, it was the energy, the vibration, the essence that she placed into it that created that that trance like hypnotic
A
type of,
vibration, that energy.
because according to the history, it says her warriors them acted as if they were invincible. They felt invincible. And what it was is that they chanted in preparation, according to how the history goes, in preparation for encountering their enemy. They would prepare for nights, for days and nights. That means non-stop chanting and getting themselves ready, getting themselves into that frame of mind and in that, that invincibility that them need to face modern armies with weapons of mass destruction. And all them have is them spear and them they're makeshift weapons.
Yeah. Not even my bulletproof vest.
All right. So they had to psych themselves out, as we would say, to be able to face down those enemies with that level of courage that is needed. Now, the greatness of Queen Nyabinghi and her vibration is that they say that the chanting, the closer the enemy got to wherever they were or wherever they wanted them to think that they were, the vibration of the music discombobulated them. They lost sense of where them were and all of these things. They started to hallucinate, see monstrous creatures, and their greatest fears, their greatest internal fears came out. And that is what won them those instances where they did have victory. That is how they won. That is how they preserved their sacred space. See? So it wasn't weapons the way the way Africans are up to this day. That's the same way we are. We did not aspire to create weapons that going to destroy a lot of lives. We opted for the science, the earthly science that helped to protect I and I.
Drive them away.
But what you see now, all right, let's get down to the crux of the reasoning, and then I can open up the floor to your other opinions. When you listen to the narrative, the Kitma met with the Portuguese. The Portuguese came in first, and you hear what I'm saying? They were mesmerized by the great Congo Kingdom. What they saw, how the people, were civilized and organized, they marvel at it. And they take time, create a little trade system and whatever it is, let us drop our defense, So we no longer felt any fear. If we did feel fear when we first met them, there was no fear because they didn't come with the gun in them hand. They didn't come with the violence and the anger at first or whatever, the brutality. They didn't come with that at first. What they came with was like the Trojan horse, a deception. To say, well, yeah, okay, great kingdom, and they trade. And you hear what them say them traded for? Precious metals. What did they give us in return? What did they have that we wanted? Remember, say Africa is a place of plenty and enough and everything, especially Congo in those days. The bread basket and the lung of Africa, the rainforest of Africa. What did they give us? as trade for our precious metals? Who got the better deal? And when they saw that we didn't value the thing, because this is part of what history must highlight as well. If you are a student of history, you would have learned this, that what they said is that we did not know the value of the things that we had because we didn't put that value in them. It's not that we did not know the value of gold, diamonds, pearls, rubies, gems, whatever, or plutonium, cobalt, uranium, nickel. We didn't put any value in those things because we put value in life. We valued the forest. The Congo people valued the Congo forest, the Congo rainforest there. That's how they lived. They lived within that confines and lived off of the forest. And they thrived for centuries before they met the Europeans. They had no problem. They didn't have diseases and certain things killing them off or none of that. It is in when we encountered the Europeans that all of those things came in on us. But by what they stated earlier, when they first got to the Congo, because we always been wondering, that has always been a lingering reasoning or question amongst scholars and amongst the grassroots as well, to say, what did we do wrong that allowed them to do what they did to us? Because if we are the divine people of the earth, the mothers and fathers of creation, how did they get the power to do what they did to us? What did we do wrong? That has been a plaguing question. For religious ones, they would say now that we transgressed in some way and God gave us over onto our enemies. No, that would be, those kind of interpretation now is up for discussion and for ones who want to view it on that level. See, personally, I don't, the God that we say is so benevolent and merciful, Jah mercy endured forever and all of that. I don't see that being the cause, the root of our problem. It's what we were taught, what we can learn is that Satan is a very deceptive energy. And he deceived us because we were so godly and divine in ourselves. We were welcoming. We invited them to our fireside. We fed them. We taught them how to survive when they was getting malaria and other things. We were the one that showed them how to heal themselves and all of that. Because nothing they had could have healed them because they never got those diseases. You understand? They never faced what them face in certain environments until they came into Africa. So we taught them how to survive in our own space. And they turned around and used that against us to enslave us. To the chair, my lord. Blessed.
My lord. Interesting piece of reason. May have a take to it, but we'd like to open my floor and hear some of the other brethren and sisters take to all that has transpired so far. Much bless, my lord. And the priest pose a question like, what it is? Where did our gods that to make them, what it was that we could allow them to come in like that? So I say, I have a take on it, but I love to hear the rest of the panel. Majesty. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Blessed Lord. Honorable historian, my Lord.
No one have no thoughts on how we fall in that trap, eh?
We call that all the historian too, man.
My
Honorable
lord,
Priest Bariso. My Lord. Bariso?
no, Priest Snappy, just wanted to say,
Honorable Priest Snappy, my Lord.
is one where we fall to them, and it's by the guns. That's it. Guns. Everybody, all of the nation we go around, is by the guns where them have. Make them overcome. It was no weakness within us, even though we did have our thing going on, because throughout our society had issues going on, but not to the degree where them would have want to put it. The main thing is that them have guns, because before then, them couldn't get over.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, you know, every indigenous land that they go to, it's the same thing go on. They had superior weapon. You know, that's it. Simple and plain. And then them
My
can't
Lord.
indoctrinate after a while. Them start do them indoctrination after them. Because them say, he who win the war, you know, write the rule.
I hear you.
My Lord.
I hear you. Yes, Honorable Priest. Get up your presentation. Make plenty sense too. You know? So, my Lord and Empress, floor is open. And we make it an interactive day.
Blessed
And
love.
that, Majesty bless Honorable Empress Akim.
Yes, Honorable. I agree too with Priest Nappy that it was the gun. That was always my reasoning or meditation around what really happened. But today in the discussion, one of the videos, it said that the Congolese, you know, were one of the first ones who had guns. So I can't remember the time that was, the dates of that, you know, of that period. I can't remember if the video said such, but you know, to answer the question too, or to just, you know, share my opinion on it, you know, really and truly, were we defeated as a people because we forgot the ways of the ancestors. You know, many of the spiritual aspects that we call the science seems very taboo because that's what we've been taught, you know. And I have this conversation with my son a lot. My son is, being that he is Congolese, he has been called by the ancestors to study the ancient ways. And so if it was not for him, I would not be more open to some of the studying, because some of the ways that have been taught to I is that they were pagan. And oftentimes a lot of the works that are incorporated into the science seem very dark to me, in a sense of you know, witchery, or you know, when we think about hoodoo and we think about obeah and all these things, you know, I'm not one who has embraced, you know, those ways, even though as a young person, when I was initiated into an order, Kemetic Banu order, it was introduced to I the ways of the ancient ones through voodoo. And I didn't really connect. You know, I believe in the power of the spirit without using some of those ways. I do have a greater understanding of ancestral recognition without the science of the voodoo and other ways. But as I sit here and I think about all of this, is that the reason? You know, is that one of the reasons why we were defeated as a people? Because we were taught the ways of the European, and we were taught that those ways that we once knew were pagan and wrong. And, you know, we were beaten and killed because we practice our ways, you know. And so I sit here and I think now, you know, is this the reason? You know, and I, you know, that may be the case, you know, but I think too, as a people, I don't think deep inside of us, we're not ones who are violent to, you know, for the sake of gaining rulership over ones. Although we have battled, you know, but it was for the protection, not just for monetary gain or wealth and things like that. But I think, you know, when it comes to us keeping ourselves and saving ourselves from the enemy, I am by no means necessary. You know, I would do what I have to, whether it be to use a gun. That's just my stance. You know, I feel like I am.
Blessed.
Yes, I feel like I am one with Nyabinghi in the spirit of Nyabinghi, because I guarantee you, if I see someone come up against my youth and my mother and my father and my family, by any means necessary, by any means necessary. And I think that we have to gain that mentality back again, and not to think that it makes us less than righteous or spiritual to have that mentality. We have to gain that warrior spirit without feeling as though it will diminish our righteousness, because that's what religion has taught us, you know, that we must not take a life. But remember, we fight not against flesh and blood, so we're fighting against spirits in flesh. And so we have to think of things in a different way. You know, the rise of the Black Panthers is happening right now, and I've seen videos of them standing in the streets up against ICE with big machine guns. You know, like, we will no longer allow you to take over us, you know. And I'm like, wow, that is power. You know, that is power, you know, but are ones really willing to take that kind of stance, you know? And if we're not, then that what has happened can happen again, you know? And so I also wanted to lift up too, when I think about worship, I'm always drawn to this scripture. It was several scriptures that I've come across about the power of worship. And I think once I gained more knowledge about Nyabinghi and the power of Nyabinghi, there are several scriptures. Second Chronicles 20, 21 through 22. You have Psalms 149 and 6, and Acts 16 and 25, where just this particular one, it says the Bible shows worship defeating enemies primarily in 2 Corinthians chapter 20, where King Jehoshaphat sent singers ahead of his army. And as they praised God, the Lord caused the enemies to fight and defeat themselves. You know, and then if you read further, it just talks about how the other scriptures illustrate worship as a powerful spiritual weapon for victory, disarming fear and bringing divine intervention. And I ran away for a while about telling my own personal stories because I didn't want to seem weird or crazy or out of my mind. But I've had the experience of what Nyabinghi talks about and didn't quite know what it was. But I know that it's time for me to tell my story, because I'm not unique to some extent. But I remember I was participating in an event. It was a play for the Amistad. And for whatever reason, I was open to drumming, but, you know, I'm like, well, I should dance. But they didn't need any more dancers, so they put me on the drum. And I would never forget this experience. It was placed outside, the play was outside, and we were practicing in a small wooded area. And I remember vividly when I was playing, we were supposed to play, it was like action. And as ones were pretending to be slaves and running, I remember playing the drum, you know, and all of a sudden I went in a trance, and I became like, fear came over me as if it was real, you know. And as I continue to grow and learn and hear these things are real. The spirit of Nyabinghi and our ancestors will overtake us so that we gain a greater understanding of what has been, what is now, and what's to come. You know, and I've heard drums in the atmosphere when no drums were being played. This is so serious, you know. And so I just give thanks, because this is confirmation that these things are real. We're not just reading about them for the sake of knowing the past, but we are reading about it so that now we can embrace it and know that the time is now, you know, and it will continue on. Give thanks.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress Akin. Glorify your perspective. Give thanks for sharing your experience with us. Yeah. And we see the God is real within us, around about us, and through us. Yeah. The floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Yeah,
Royal historian.
as the reasoning, I don't want to differ, but Nyabinghi, we come up and we learn it as first, dead to all white wicked, then Rasta, Farai, individuals reviewed it and it changed from dead to all white wicked to dead to black and white. The oppressor which the black man lick himself first. But my argument is this: over the years, with His Majesty being made the head of such Nyabinghi order, the order sort of get chauvinistic because check it, when people say them have a gathering, them say Nyabinghi. Nyabinghi is not a music, for one. It never started out as a music, but Nyabinghi seems to be profiled as a church called music, where if you check even the song, we chant Naya Congo. The music is Naya Congo because the drum is Congo drum. Congo bongo drum. So the music is Naya Congo and the other is Nyabinghi. Because enough time I hear one say, especially one of the Nyabinghi brethren, we are keep one bingy tonight and them are refer to the gathering. You notice we don't call ours Nyabinghi, We don't call it a Nyabinghi service. We call it a service. We don't affix the word Nyabinghi service because Nyabinghi is not a music. It is a art. And over the years, the woman couldn't go around the drum, yet the energy of Nyabinghi is coming from a woman from the beginning, even though a man ended up the head, i.e. in His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie first. But it's ironic that the spirit of Nyabinghi has been talked about for years and years, and it's only now, much of us know since the 2000s have come in and we're there 2026 now, that we're learning what the real meaning of Nyabinghi is, because I missed a program where there was another meaning given for Nyabinghi, which is not dead to black and white down pressers. Precisely did kind of point I up on it, but I can't remember what the definition was. But there was a different definition from dead to black and white oppressor. What I am saying is that Nyabinghi has really been profiled as a male-orientated thing, yet the energy of it is coming from woman. And yet I woman, them have been put in the background in the Nyabinghi order. Them can't go around the drum, them can't do this, them can't do that. Because we know saying above a shanty order, definitely woman them can't go around the drum. In the Nyabinghi house, I have seen the likes of Profile and these brethren agitate for the woman them to come up front and play the drum with them. But my argument, my gripe about woman sitting around a drum now, her skirt can ride up and all of these things, and it can expose her nakedness. So that are my gripe about the woman. In Ethiopia, the woman them who play drum usually play standing drums with a stick. So we have to understand the true meaning of Nyabinghi and really what it really stands for, as it is coming from a woman, but it has always been profiled as man-led and man-orientated. So I don't know how one really see that take on it, but I think we should really look more serious into the origin of where Nyabinghi is coming from and how we have really put our woman in the background. And is our father, King Emmanuel, really come forward now and say, put the woman up front. A woman has really been put in the background through the Nyabinghi order over the years, and if ones have to be honest with themselves, Nyabinghi has been profiled as a man leadership, yet it a come from woman, right? Yes, I think most jump on it because them find out, say, yes, His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie, I got that role as the head of the Nyabinghi order, but even if him did, the origin came from a woman first. Just like I say, years ago, Dada taught I something. Him say, man might be the head of woman, yet woman is the head of man, knowing that we all have a mother. You know, Dada teach I these things. So you see, I and I woman have been demonized even through this sacred order called Nyabinghi. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
My God. Well, may I see one thing when I see it came through a woman, but the blessed.
Somebody can close the mic.
Yeah, that is a blessed.
Somebody talk. It's a background noise. That.
Yeah.
Continue with you.
See the mindset with Nyabinghi is a resistance order. It came through a woman. Resistance. So not necessarily a male or a female thing. It's a resistance. And the woman is resisting. Now understand what the eye is saying. As to say, this is why we have give thanks for the council and all that. As my people are dissecting all these things now and bringing it to light. And even strengthening the word as Priest Doggy say, the cultural continuity. You know, that way that I did bring it up to say, look at how all of them fight, but it would have looked like they lose, but they don't really lose. Because we see the spirit of Nyabinghi, that resistance spirit, you know, ever persistence. Like I say, the race is not to the swiftest, but to those who endure. I, Selassie, Rastafari. Floor is open to because I think of the drumming, but the floor is open, my lord. So go into
And through the chair, my lord. And through the chair.
Yes.
One thing to add to that is that remember now we're carrying on a legacy, you know. We're just purging ourselves. That's why the camp was the camp. The camp was a purging ground to purge out the residual effects of colonialism. And colonialism came with religion. Religion was part of colonialism.
Yes. Somebody.
Yes, my lord. Sorry, I had to mute every mic. So the honorable chair can unmute his mic. Unmute forward your mic, honorable chair.
No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, man.
Yeah, so honorable family. Honorable family.
Rasta. From all over the world. Africa, England, Jamaica, Trinidad, all over.
My lord, the iPhone, you make a statement or what? Or your phone, we just mute you and you unmute again.
Oh, pray. Yeah, reason about different things.
iPhone. Person
yeah,
I did, I think Prophet Albert, we are hear your conversation. Your mic.
Majesty.
We are here. Oh.
Okay, give thanks. Yeah, man. Yeah, we're coming out of a colonial mindset, you know. So we're trying to get back to who we are as divine people. So that is the whole struggle of things. And Nyabinghi, why it ended up, remember, you know, we have to always track back the history to understand what has happened, why we are in the position we are in right now. To understand the present, we have to make the sun Kofa. Remember, in the beginning of the Rastafari movement, there was no woman, you know. It was a man child, not because man never want a woman or have woman, but the environment was so harsh. It was so brutal back in the day in Jamaica when Rastafari rising up. A woman never in a child. A way later years, woman coming at the child, no, my lad. See, so that's why is a evolution taking place, and we are getting there little by little. As long as we do the work, we will get to that space. But I wanted to share before give back to the chair and the floor the document that we spoke about. See, and I need the item to hear this and the world to hear this, which some of the soldiers them must have come across some parts of it. But this is a full in-depth document here. It says Saturday, August 24th, 1935. New Vienna Daily News, weekly edition, page 9 and 10. The Conspiracy of the Negroes. Challenge to the White Race by Federico Philos. And then it says Addis Ababa, August 1935. Within an earlier article, I have made notification in broad outlines about the circumstances of the foundation of a secret society of the black race. The initiator of this alliance, its supreme leader and protector, is the Emperor of Abyssinia, Haile Selassie. And the name of the society, Nyabinghi, meaning in German, this is what I'm saying, meaning in German, death to the whites, is taken from the Abyssinian language. Nyabinghi has become the password of the Negroes, not only in Africa, but as well in the other parts of the world where blacks live. And it has a much more disastrous effect and significance as known or realized in broad circles of the white race. Yet, this is his language, So, the following information about it originate not at all from imaginative ranges of ideas, but as based on incontestable and documented facts. It says the fundamental of the organization. That's the subtitle. Egypt, Abyssinia, and Liberia, the only free Negro states which are governing themselves, are forming the matrix of this secret society. If only is self-evident that these countries were chosen as a base for the future Negro empire. There the Negroes are able to work on the plan undisturbed by colonial whites. There they are at home and masters of their land. In the first instance, qualified people were sent out from Abyssinia, that is, from Emperor Haile Selassie. Those had the task to organize the Negro peoples whose nations were annexed by the whites or were brought under European protectorate, and to carry things so far that they acknowledge the Negus as the only God-sent ruler. Let me repeat that. And to carry things so far that they acknowledge the Negus as the only God-sent ruler. Furthermore, they got the order to classify the separate Negro classes in determined groups, of which each one had to have in view a certain aim. These groups have the task, that is, to accomplish the maintenance with food and water, which is indispensable for conduct of war. In that units, preferably weak women and children, are employed. Yet strong women had to submit to a regular military training, but at least had to take charge of the supply of the warriors with weapons. for a journalist in them days, the English language kind of poor. Anyway, it goes on to tell you about all the places that I and I are on the continent and how they have been organizing. And it was several documents sent out, and I'm not able to read all of it as that would be too time consuming. But it goes on to state, for a long time I could not believe it, but through the force of unshakable facts, I had to convince myself soon that our old Europe is threatened with extreme danger. Until now, there has been the talk of the yellow peril, which could become fatal to Europe. Today, this yellow peril is pushed to the background. Another much more enormous threat has occurred. Like a mighty phantom, it stands close at the door of Europe. The Black Peril. Wow. Alliance to Dark Peoples. Out of all African countries, out of all countries where blacks live, out of the depth of the jungles, as out of modern cities, the blacks have united in an enormous organization, which with its range excels all other huge associations. Millions of blacks, numberless black peoples from all directions have fraternized and sworn an oath of allegiance. What had been impossible for centuries, what had been prevented by the diversity of religions, and I want the item listen clearly what it just said. Let me repeat.
Yeah.
What had been impossible for centuries, what had been prevented by the diversity of religions and the dullness of primitive people is a fate accompli.
He's already pissed off with the other
A fiat accompli.
You have to pay the price.
The blacks join forces in a threatening secret society, which darkens the European horizon. Strangely enough, the necessity notice has not been taken or obtained. In Abyssinia, the incidents make the whites realize this matter more than ever. Nyabinghi, death to the white race, death to the Europeans, is the name of this secret society. Its origins is going back to the Belgian Congo. You see why I wanted to share this document with the item. To hear the fullness now. This guy is telling the history where him know in Europe. See, its name of this secret society, its origins going back to the Belgian Congo. Angry because of the advance of the whites in their country, two kings formed an alliance and vowed bloody vengeance against the intruders. King Mokambo II and his cousin had been the founders of the at that time insignificant dual alliance. It is taken for granted that both did not think that their foundation would rise to such strength and will represent a danger to Europe when they established this alliance in May 1923. See, and so it goes on and it tells you about the plots of the king of Abyssinia to destroy Europe, and it fosters a lot of fear syndrome, telling the whites, because this was specifically for the whites in Europe, to gas them up, to gaslight them and send them against I and I. See, so it was telling them all of the things that could happen, and how the reach of the king of Abyssinia goes far beyond the continent of Africa. Now, in 1935, if the item recall, the Honorable Leonard P. Howell, who was a longshoreman, a man who worked on ship and thing, traveled around, ended up in New York, in Harlem, just around that time. And he was running a tea shop. During that time, a mysterious incident or a mysterious moment occurred in America. As the Royal Empress Akim was talking about, those realities really exist because of what she went through. Well, the reach, according to the same journalist, of Emperor Haile Selassie from Ethiopia reached all the way over into the Western world here. And you had grandmasters and whatever the other leaders of the KKK were called, were mysteriously dying. One of the major grandmaster mysteriously died, and others were mysteriously dying. It was called the gingerbread caper by the government at the time. Somehow Leonard Howell got caught up in it. And that's how he had to return back to Jamaica. See, he was accused in some form of conspiracy within the gingerbread caper. All of this now is stemming from Nyabinghi, that energy of resistance, as the Honorable Chair said. You had Solitude in Guadeloupe, the freedom fighter who led revolt and rebellion there. Again, Priest Imsley, as I say, she was captured and hung, she was killed. But she shake up the place to a level, you understand, where them comfort zone could never be comfortable again. And it's the same spirit of Nyabinghi. It's that cultural continuity that was taking place. We talk about Jamaica with Nanny. And again, we know Nanny was a Nyabinghi woman, without a doubt, because the folklore that is told about Nanny, bullets bouncing off of her rear and things like that. She turning up in places all of a sudden out of nowhere, mysteriously moving about then. A lot of folklore is told about Nanny and her mysticism then. Again, how many battles she won, because she won battles. She wasn't one of those that was, you understand, she won battles. She drove fear into them that they had to give her freedom. And she did not sign any treaty. Nanny, in her region of Jamaica, did not sign any treaty. Taki and those others in the cockpit region, in the western part of Jamaica, those are the ones that signed treaty, and the treaty said that them have to catch runaway slave and return them and all of them things. None of them wasn't into that. They did not partake in any way. So it shows you the level of Nanny. And they were unable to touch Nanny because she maintained the science of her ancestors. Now, it is not as deadly as the gun, because that is not what God do. That the Spirit of God don't teach you to destroy, teach you to build. So our actions were not as deadly as the gun and the weapons of mass destruction. But if used properly by the right mediums, they are effective. And when you don't have any other weapon, because we did make gun. We, up to this moment, there is not a black country that make gun. Guns are made in America, Russia,
China.
China and them place there. And China is a late person on the block. They created the gunpowder, but them late on the block people get involved in the gun making. You understand? So we are not the aggressors. We were always the defenders, defending ourselves. And we always try to de-escalate, not to destroy. Now, if we want to look at that as maybe being our weakness, because we always have this forgiving nature and keep on turning our back on the enemy. See, now I'm going to throw a piece of controversy into the reasoning and I'll leave it there and we can open up the floor. They say, according to analysts, political analysts, when you look at how Emperor Haile Selassie ran his administration, it was, yes, genius in acquiring technology and implementing it in his kingdom. But one of the things that they say that may have come back to, haunt him is being so merciful to the Italians, among others, who he allowed to become citizens in his kingdom. Because now you have a Eritrea, Italian Eritrea, and it used to be the French and others who were jostling over Somalia and so forth. They undermined his administration. The war that took place, the famine that took place up north, that killed how much? Tens of thousands of people under the emperor's tenure is one of the points that they point to. Because what happened is that the emperor was fed false information about what was going on up north. And by the time he really got whiff of what was going on, the devastation was midstream. Thousands had already died. And not because the emperor allowed it to happen, because he sent groups to investigate. He sent ones. But who were the ones that were leading those groups? Who were the ones that were sending back the information? Those are some of the areas that ones have to highlight and look at to fully understand the intrigue that took place in them time. See, so like I say, that may be one of the weak points of I being so continuously merciful to our people that have proven themselves to be unworthy of that mercy because they have exhibited reptilian like cold-bloodedness, no mercy, no respect for African people's lives. My Lord, back to the chair.
My Lord. Yes, sir. And the floor is open,
Priest Adigan, you ever come across the document there? Honorable historian.
Unmute your mic.
Yes, love.
Yeah, I was asking if you ever came across that document there from the guy, Frederico.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready to. I remember we covered that same document when on a program I did with Ija Star, and I was kind of questioning it because they're talking about the German, because through the origins of Nyabinghi, how I learned it. So when I did hear about that German, and they were kind of giving the impression like it didn't originate from black people, and they kind of have a gripe with it. But I do remember that document, my lord.
Yes, sir. And one of the things that it highlights is that they were fearing a yellow pearl or peril, which was the Japanese at that
Right.
time, you know. And they said that no, instead there was a greater threat, which was the black peril.
Well, and
Yeah, because
one of the things I pick up is that they fear black solidarity. They will do anything to make that not a reality. Because that is the weapon there, you know. Remember when him say, we not even the diversities of religion is a barrier. You know that way there? Yeah. And that was one of my points I was looking to. Cause even from the readings, you see the Empress Nyabinghi husband poisoned she, and even going further back when we reading, one of our biggest downfall is the in-house fighting, my lord. We are our worst enemies, my lord. And Empress.
and that's why
Even unto
that's why
today.
it marveled them. That's why it marveled the writer when he said that the
Yeah,
Nyabinghi was able to do something that was impossible to
yeah,
galvanize that level of unity. You see,
yes,
under, under the emperor, the world will rally because it's the emperor, the energy, the the anointed one has an energy that pulls all ones to him. Because
attracts. Yeah.
remember now, there is no country in the world that closed their door to the Emperor Haile Selassie the First. They may have closed their door to Mapongo and Chief Bobo around there and whoever, but none closed their doors to Emperor Haile Selassie. As a matter of fact, his spear red rum. If you look at his honoraries that he got around the world, his honorary degrees that he was given, bestowed around the world, it's hundreds. He got degrees from Britain, the Knight of the Cross. He got degrees from Russia, from, I mean, everywhere honored him. Like them say 72 nations bow, even though those were African nations, but 72 nations bow. Well, the symbolism of that is that the rest of the world also bowed. The great Kennedy said that the world owe this man when he visited under Kennedy's vice presidency. The address, the opening address that Kennedy gave said that the world owe this little man a debt that the world can never repay. So that says it all right there, my lord. You understand? Majesty.
Through the chair. That's it.
Honorable priest.
Yeah, so I see Rastafari was correct still with saying the interpretation of Nyabinghi, you know. But we see it had the first interpretation, or even if it wasn't the first, where said that the Europeans, that to all whites, that was an interpretation. Rastafari come with life to the righteous, death to the wicked, and it's all interpretations, right? And I think they are all right, But when I observe Nyabinghi, it's not really a rhythm. It's not a rhythm alone because Queen Nyabinghi, we never get to hear the rhythm that she played. But most likely it was on the same rhythm like how I and I play. You see it? So within the fine in Nyabinghi, to my observation, is really a synchronicity with the human being and the drum, to make the vibration travel and make the vibration do what the person wanted to do, you know? So within making the science work, yeah, when I and I go before the drums, that is the meditation order. And I'm supposed to have, even within the whole service, everyone in the service same way, have that meditation you know, to make the vibration travel. Yeah, so as I say, you know, I love all the interpretations and they're all linked, you know, from that time till now. It's just the way how we do the thing more time, you know, like in the reading where it say the theater type of look, you know, the show look, you know, which is it's not really that. It's a science working, and that is the meditation
Right.
that I follow. Yeah,
True,
so
true.
we see Nyabinghi, Queen Nyabinghi husband, it couldn't work for him because I never had the you know the meditation order, you know. Yeah, so that is the order. My Lord and Empress.
True, my
My
lord.
love.
To this, just quickly, to this, I just want to add
Go
a
ahead.
fact that
Go
the
ahead,
singing,
please.
what we have, that's why if you look at the flyer says we're looking at the origins and all of that and what it has come to be now. You understand the present day interpretation of it. It has become a ceremonial order, which that is what every Rastafari declare it as a ceremonial order. So it no longer is the Nyabinghi that it was, because now, and how we can look at that. Let me draw for you an example of our father, King Emmanuel. During them time, there in the 70s, there when the miners got trapped in the mine, the father was so upset. He was ratted. The man was so ratted that you never even want to pass Brown by him palace them time there. I mean, Jah was just spitting fire. And Jah called for a 21 light of Nyabinghi. Now, we're not talking about service. It was not held in the tabernacle. First of all, he called for fire to be lit at the four corners of the camp, and then he called for ceaseless Nyabinghi. So even while some reading and thing are going over the tabernacle and thing, Nyabinghi never stopped, And it was played in the yard, not in the tabernacle, the ceaseless Nyabinghi. And it had no chorus, no singing, no hymns, no nothing. For 21 days, it was just chanting bingy, chanting drum sound, sending out vibrations. It was just about sending out vibration. And when that's why it would be nice to have all a priest Daniel here and, a priest Danny and priests like that who are masters of their craft. They can tell you if they are going to be truthful with you, they can tell you that there are moments and majority of moments when the chanting is at a level where they are not present. Their temple is there and they're working, but their spirit, their meditation, their consciousness traveled off. I often saw it in Priest Eugene here in Florida. Priest Eugene is a man when he's playing, especially celebration service, when it's a lengthy, non-stop playing. It's not a hymn and stop or two chorus, and it's a lengthy playing. When you look at Priest Eugene not there with us. When you look at him, his face can tell you he's gone. He's gone. He's traveling on the vibrations of those music to wherever they are going. So it does create that trance-like state. When you in service and you have one of them top of the line service or go on. All service, but when you have one of them real service, back in the day when Dada used to come to Tabernacle and Dada coming, man, by the time that service finish, when you walk out that tabernacle, you literally sometimes have to look down, because you feel like you're floating. You don't feel like your foot is touching the ground. It feel like your body, your temple feels so light. The thing remove every weight off of you, even your own body weight, to the level where you feel so light, like you're floating, just going across to going through the gate and you know into the guardhouse and make that circle where we sing the word of the love and the Father make him chant and then release us. But the whole time you just feel like you're floating for Blessed Majesty.
Majesty bless. My Lord. Give thanks for your update.
To the floor, Honorable
Yes, man.
Priest, Empresses and Royal Princes of the Most High Kingdom, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, Majesty. Yeah, Priest. Didn't they also call it the Samo?
The Samo.
Yes. I have the documents same way. And they also call it the Samo, the Black Hand effect. They call it at the time.
Okay. Go on enlighten us.
Yeah. Seeing, okay. And same way, as to call it, at the drums, they carry the metric effect on the drum. That's why I say the same symbiotic as the universe. Because the same symmetric geometrical patterns is the same that we carry within our body temple. So that's the connection, the same way with the symbology of the drum. Yes, I. You know, so yes, so give thanks. Just start to put that day in, you know. And same way as to say, knowing that, like we say, how we first began was of the nobility they used to call them, but we was of the royalty. So this is how the nobility came and overthrew the royalty, because these are the same, which is our people still same way. And this is how they came about with the Cabbage Patch Kids at the time, when they say that the I people was created Europeans in a lab. And this is how these came about to come over through I, and they came about with the religion and man-made ideology of the times through the 19 conference and these kind of things, you know. And just to put that in, you know, right?
Yes, God. My Lord. And you know, we can always speak of all the situations there, but we always try to be problem oriented in a way, you know. So we highlighting things. So one of the gifs I get out of all of this, and I have a pretty snappy that says something the other day. We come together to reason to build our characters. You know, this character, this is why we could understand when just say, man of right is God in flesh. We must ever aspire to be that right in ourselves. First with ourselves, and then to everyone around and about us. We must be that ensample. So with all the power, with all the thing, and the in-house fighting and the in-house sabotage is what does always come and break we down. So we have to see ourselves with that can't come in simple ways. You know, you have a thing with a brethren, reason about him. You know, don't sit down and bad talk a man with the next one. You know, if you have nothing good to say, don't say. It might seem like little trivial things, you know, but these are the things where we're building as characters, you know, as divine gods and goddess in flesh, you know, with impeccable words and, you know, that state of that mindset. Yeah, that truthful mindset in ourselves. My lad, just want to put that in there too, to know, say, we also want to be solutions oriented. My lad, blessed love. Floor is open. Floor is open, my lad. And Empress.
Yes, family, we are here, you know. You know, and you have some knowledge to learn from one another.
Honorable Priest Staffa.
My lord. Nyabinghi is really a calling, you know. Even the Empress is a calling she put out, you know, to the war, you know. And in them time the drum sound was only telepathical thing we could have used in a them time there. But it endorse, it's come endorsed in the Nyabinghi, but the Nyabinghi is really a calling, a gathering.
Rastafari, my lad. So
Melchizedek
we see how
no,
even the word manifests.
Melchizedek no come use a calling,
Priest
then I
Brown.
want to put in his order.
Yes, yes, yes.
My Lord and Majesty.
Well on, priest. Make priest stop down.
Yes, my lad. Make Priest Taffa done reason and then mute your mic until Go ahead, Taffa. Priest
Yeah,
Taffa.
I sure say Melchizedek come use a calling, the Nyabinghi within the order, the righteous order. So it take back a whole confirmation again, a rebirth again. But it's a calling for gathering to defend back the nation. And the nation was under attack. And
Resistance calling.
natural.
Yeah, man, a good point you make, man. A good point you make, priest.
Yes,
a good point. A valid point you make. It's a calling. Yeah, that is part of the whole drum was that. So that is a reality.
Yes. Yes. And it's a mystic calling because it called me from all ends of the earth, from all walks of life, wherever we was. Priest Brown, you can go and underneath your mic and talk.
Royal love to the royal congregation. Will Emmanuel Selassie.
Selassie. Rastafari.
And from my perspective, just focusing on the movement of the energies, from a quiet, loving, caring mother that was disrespected because of negativity, one seeking power, progress, wherever it may be. And then the reaction that came out of the Mama Earth seeking justice. The advent of the music and the movements to bring that it took to bring back clarity and return peace and stability. So I was looking at the power of the Nyabinghi as that tool that was used to to remove the wrong or to subdue the wrong and to re-establish the right. Moving through different dispensations as we have spoken, and mighty seers and interpreted, but for my simple analysis, it's just that movements there, for know say mama was just loving and caring to all. And because of savageness, ignorance, one choose to put her down. And the whole discourse that the energy take, no rising up in wrath and vengeance, to subdue wrong.
Rastafari.
Yeah, of establish equity and justice, So that's my big my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Give thanks and have a praise. And next thing what me right when me looking at myself, you see the drums, the Trinidadian drumming. And then we look all over the world and we see African drumming consists of that kind of a rhythm. So it was real symbolic how the Rastaman come up with the 1-2 Nyabinghi drumming. Because it come like it's an original rhythm. Cause I don't really necessarily hear the other African nations when they playing drum play it to the heartbeat rhythm. So it was how unique that we resistance movement and the interpretation of Nyabinghi within the Rastafari this house to comedy 1-2 heartbeat, my lad and Empress. But I them think of that piece. Can get a feedback to that reasoning there.
Yeah.
That's what make Emmanuel the master. I pray this sorry march for the chair. That's what make King Emmanuel the master teacher. Cause the heart rhythm is like the rhythm of that control not just the water, the wind, and the earth, but it is the heavens that governs all, my Lord.
Yeah. Bless.
Yeah. I won't take nothing from Dada, but Dada was the originator of it. The rhythm, the
Right.
music.
Right.
So the music come out of the movement itself, not out of no. Even though Pashanti was one of the mediums that brought it to life, it came out of the gathering of the groups them. They themselves within the moment of gathering, panging and it come out of them. It's a rhythm that was in
It
there.
just manifest.
It's out of them gene, it's in them gene, it's in our gene, That's how we come to understand,
Yeah.
greater is in man than what is in the world. It's in our gene. Jabra, like how Jab bring all certain things to remembrance. See, it came to the man them remembrance while they were gathering together for the same purpose. We looking at the thing now, say individual to say, well,
That's it.
Dada. At the time, when the man them there gather, Dada was a shepherd, yes. But it was the gathering of unity. That is what we must look at all the time, family. Don't single out the thing. The whole thing is unity. The man them had a unity that we have never been able to garnish from we coming at this Rastafari trad, The man them had a unity back then. That is what preserved them. So when Dada called for a gathering, is the harpist them coming with them drums? Dada was the harpist. The harpist them come with them drums, come harp. Remember now, how the truth go, and the reality rise up, It was when the Hindus came in as indigenous labor that they brought with them the drums and the concept back to us, They brought back that they brought back that whole concept of how the groundation that we come know as groundation. That started amongst them. Rastafari was rising up, all right, let us not use the word then, that title. Consciousness was rising up in the grassroots that came to be known as Rastafari. But it wasn't Rastafari yet. Consciousness was rising up and we were being drawn to our African self. We were digging deep. No, man, stop look out to Jesus and start look into Jah. And start to come up now with them internal essence. So when them come now and when Dada call Isis round Nazareth and the man them come, the current of the man them together create an energy. And out of that energy comes what we see today. The re-establishment of an order. The only difference is that, like the item said, the uniqueness of it is we have turned it because we couldn't expect the ceremonial order and the war drums to sound alike. So because we were in a purging mode, seeing that required a ceremonial state of being, seeing Dada and the man them created a ceremonial order within the whole Nyabinghi fullness. Now, where we lose sight of what we're supposed to be seeing is a lot of us were not there in our mindset yet. We were not purged enough of the European embedment, generational Europeanism that was embedded in us. We were not purged enough to learn the science that Dada was teaching as quick as he wanted us to learn it, the depth of it. We got to stages, but the heights of what Dada knew within African sacred science, we did not get, is now. A lot of I and I as elders is as we journey, we start to say, that they teach, that Enough time here, priest, knuckle say it, here, priest, enough. All of us can reflect at moments when we remember something in a camp and something from teaching that now make things make sense in this time. And we can say, yeah, that did a teach, you know. He was teaching us a science. Our capacity wasn't there to grasp it at the time, but he planted the seed. Is the seed growing in us right now, you know, why we're yearning for knowledge like this, you know, why we're taking the Sankofa, you know. This is not about trivial pursuit. This is about going forward to really come in the present moment and understand how to rise back that science there, you know. Because that science, like the Honorable Priest Taffa says, is a calling. And it calls us into unity. It's a calling of unity. And that's what we need right now in this dispensation. Unity. We don't need what is taking place. Boy, priest, sister over there. Highlight, all we do is spend time highlighting our weaknesses. And we're not working the science. And then we sit down and grumble why we are struggling, why this is that and that. We're not working the science. And part of the science, we have to go back to a language. We have to learn an African language to fully get back to that science, along with the drum chemistry, to apply the human chemistry, the African chemistry with the drum chemistry now, to create that weaponry, comes the language, because we are using the oppressor's language. See? Simply it might seem, you know, trivial to one, because that's what we grow up speaking and that's what we know. So we use it to the best of our ability. But we have come to know, even when we had the professor on, early in our development as Council of Elders, when we had Professor Imani Tafari as a doctorate in that field, as an expert in that field. When she was on, she explained to us one of the things that we as Rastafari must pursue is learning an African language. Just little by little in your spare time, you learn 2 words, you learn the phonics, you learn how it pronounce out, how it sound out. Little by little you get it. I am focused on Swahili. And I'm getting it. I'm learning, I'm seeing how Swahili words are formed. Little by little I'm getting, and this is I'm self-teaching, you know, which is a very hard process, you know. But I realize that I'm getting it because I'm applying myself to it. And I want to, because I would love to be able to speak that language and chant a chant. Chant one up and I bob up. Chant in an African language for myself and see what kind of vibration it leaves in my temple. If it leaves the same vibration as the English version. You know, those are tests that you do, you know, if you're really trying to get to the truth and the essence of your tradition. Yeah, you have to do the research. You know, study to be approved. To the chair, my lord.
Royal
My
Chair.
lord. Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, royal family, give thanks now. Yes, true. As a priest, we're getting there, right? But you have some little youth when it comes on to music. If you put them on the piano, you never did train them. Them play it like, you know, yes, them be trained and them never train. Them just have this inborn conception of music, you know, where them call them child prodigy. You know what I mean? You never train on the piano, but you put him on it, he master it, you know. So Joseph Maponga, you know, up at Dr. Harry Connor. I don't know if he played Nyabinghi before, but I saw when him take up that drum, right? Him just do it. That, you know, for sure you say it is a power. Because when I tell him to the people I'm ready, you know, he can't come out of the power just so easy. Him take a time. You know, he invest up. All when I stop, because you know, we're obedient, you know. To the people them say, you know what I mean? Yes. But it take a time for him come out. You know, I'm sure, I don't know if he used to play Nyabinghi. Yet a South African Nyabinghi is there. But him just take up a drum and just, just start play. You know what I mean? So, as long as you know the concept, say it is doing good and everyone going to do good, because the heartbeat say do good. And then the lightning say everybody do good. You know what I mean? Yeah. So as long as you get that concept, it becomes so, easy. You know what I mean? One perfect love.
And have a praise, my Lord. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love.
Honorable Empress.
Yes, yes. I wanted to share too. We haven't really broke down the purpose of each of the drums of Nyabinghi too, which is very symbolic and important. The funde, the kete, and the bass. And when we talk about the purpose of the usage of drums on the continent, it was for several different reasons: for communication, from one village to the next, in celebration. It was ritualistic, it was ceremonial. There was many, many different, purposes. And so when I think about Nyabinghi, I think about it in the same sense. We may use it in ceremony, when we're worshiping together, but again, it is also used for worship, WARSHIP, and what does that look like? So when we think about that, we break down the drums, the heartbeat, that carries the blood through our veins, that ignites the fire in our soul, and then we have the kete, the one that plays the kete, is supposed to have one that has a message in his heart, one that is sending out a message to ones who are able to hear. And then the thunder, the bass drum, and when you think about that, right? So how does that look like? What does that look like in worship? And then when we use it and we transform into the worship, I would like ones, the priest to lift that up and how ones feel about that. What does that look like? Have we thought about it deeply? Because again, that transformation is necessary. We may be, gathering in worship and we're using it as a meditative thing, right? We're grounding ourselves, but then there's a time when it is used for worship and we are intentional about using it for worship in the spirit, and I would like to hear what ones think about that. Blessed love.
Blessed love and praise. I just saw a graphic already where I see a whole community planting as one. And they're going up the hill. Everybody have a hope. And they making some beds. And everybody in line. And a man or two with drums drumming. And I always meditate to say, I like to see we cut down a nice piece of earth and plant a whole mountain of peas or corn and the Nyabinghi sit down at the bottom of the hill, just a rock and Nyabinghi, and we are planting in union. It's a thought. So when you bring it, it's a meditation I saw in my head. Now, when you say worship, I hear you, but it's your interpretation what the worship is, because when we are rock all night, Nyabinghi, war we depend spiritual war, cutting and clearing and breaking down our traps and snares and gin. I don't know if your worship mean to say the drums are ring and man have actually have a gunfire and bullets. I don't really think so the worship would have been like all night Nyabinghi when we too much hymns as more as choruses and the leading priests are cut and clear the barrier going, through the valley. This is what I don't know. So anyone's gonna clear up that understanding for the Empress, but this is what I get from it. But I always said I like to see a group of man planting with a Daniel band at the bottom of the hill, Stokes in we are. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, two this year.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Genres, Royal Empress. Yeah, like I said earlier, the war drum and the ceremonial drum are two different genres of drumming. You know, the even that's the thing. You know, we are just learning the thing. You know, and we think that we learn it because even to perform a wedding and have a drumming ceremony for the wedding, as Bubba, we would go there and we would set up and have a Bubba style drumming like it's a service. When in Africa, that is not what it's going to be. You understand? In Africa, it's going to have a different flavor. It's going to be a different genre of drumming for a wedding, a different genre of drumming for a burial, a different genre of drumming for a ceremonial, solemn, sacred. But the war drums, listen to it, all right, we all, well, not we all, I can't speak for everyone, but I grew up watching what I'm called cowboy and Indian. And if once who have seen cowboy movies, you will remember when the whites them hear the Indian them over in them
War
camp.
drums.
Hear the war drums. It's different from, and you will hear him say, "Oh no, that's a ceremony. Oh, that's good. That we worry about that drumming." But then when him hear a certain drumming, he hear him run to him whoever and him gather the people and them get antsy because it's a different vibration. I don't know, or him don't know nothing, you know. It's just by the mood of the drumming. You can tell, no matter who you are, as long as you are a living entity, the animals can tell. Because they can tell most of all because they are very sensitive to sound and vibration. See, I kind of get distorted and distracted because we are used to all kinds of different, what you call now, cosmetic sounds. Not natural sound, not the squawking of a bird or the roaring of a lion. We get used to different sounds. Anyway, the animals, they stay with that. Like even a dog, they say a canine. Canine have a very sensitive ears, can hear the most minute sound. So the drumming creates those different vibrations and those different frequencies. So it's the different genre of drumming that I and I need to understand. Now, if our service that the Father called is about something to do with defending ourselves from aggression, whether it is our family trapped in the mines that should not be because they are enslaving our family and sending them down in the earth without the proper procedure and protection that they need, and the Father sent us to wage a spiritual battle, that genre, that tempo, that vibration going to be much different than if we are celebrating Ethiopian Christmas. Or it's supposed to be. Because when you learn your craft, you would know that. You know, and that is, we keep on saying it, but I am hoping that we, and when I say we, the collective we, as Bobo, we are starting to look and understand this. The Father was teaching. The Father was teaching classes. We may have been in third form or fourth form, but we were not at sixth form yet, our graduation levels yet. We are moving up the ladder. We are learning more and more. We were learning more and more. See? And we are at that stage now where, yeah, we can look and we can say, all right, the drumming, that drumming was different. Your pre-times just lay it out very clear. That all-night drumming that I and I used to have, that all-night service, it's a different form of drumming than Sabbath service or fasting service. Because, again, it's a continuous drumming, one, and it is chanting. You're getting more chanting now than singing. It's about chanting. What is chanting? It's like the encounters of Ethiopia and Egypt and those places. we are conjuring with our words. Our chants are supposed to be conjuring. That means you hear a priest say, fire upon Babylon, earthquake, lightning, and thunder in diverse places and so forth, and the music rise to it. When you hear him start, if the musician is a craftsman, as soon as him hear that level of fire start to spit, his energy rise with it, and the music rise with it. That's what happened in our services. But because we were not consciously taking stock, we were just going through the learning process and loving it and marveling at ourselves and at the vibes and all of that. Now that we are wiser, because experience teaches wisdom, we are able to look now and analyze it and see what the Father was teaching us. The seven priests, just imagine when the seven priests on the altar and the captain start off a chew fire upon Rome. The second priest come and continue the fire. And it just go down the line to the seventh priest. And the seventh man now, him going flames it, That's the warlike energy. That's the defensive mechanism versus the solemn rock. When Sabbath service and those service, you don't jump being you rock being you're more jump being, although them say that you're more jump being, I don't have a better word for it. In the celebration service, the all-night service and those services, you really jump being because the energy takes you off the energy rises you up like that. My Lord and Grace.
Rastafari.
Blessed love.
Rastafari. No, I just wanted to everything that Priest Rastafari just shared it aligns with my spirit, and that is it. And I'm grateful that you put it in the way that you did. I pray that everyone is able to receive that, because it is like a shift in the atmosphere, from the ceremonial meditation to that worship in mind, what I was talking about, Priest Imesley, not bringing in the gun and in that sense, but the science of what we were talking about, the battle or the worship in spirit. So give thanks, Priest Rastafari.
Yes, truly true. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting how we can just take out that letter and we get worship. We go from worship to worship. It's like the priest, according to the occasion of the service.
Yes, I.
You see it? Yes, because of spiritual warfare with their partner. So and when you check it now, it's spiritual wickedness in high and low places. That is what they're reaching out to. You see it? So symbolically I worship, Blessed.
Yeah. Blessed love. Floor is open.
Anna. Family, it's beautiful. I love how the item I get. They come in, Priest Tafa. Come feel. Come in, come show your pieces.
Remember, when the birds come from Zion, and them that play music, them that play the guitar, we call it guitar, banjo, pot cover and all greater them that play, And birds and just the sweetest music in here for a long time.
Family, who I'm talking about, right? That is when Henry them did come. Henry and him ensemble came, and they had the rumba box and all of them things there with them, a whole ensemble. That is where our Father coming from, People tend to forget, and we tend to want to undermine the truth of what it is. That is where Dada coming from. Dada is a man that knows music. On a level, he knows the different drumming styles. I'm not talking about playing wise. He knows what genre of music to apply to what circumstance, because he's coming from them days. That is what they did back in slavery. That's why them just to seal up. That's why they separated us, into different languages, different tribal languages that couldn't really understand so much what the other one had said. Because we were able to work that science. See, them say when we used to chant, when them used to allow us to chant the drum until them figure it out. We would chant after cutting cane, picking cotton, doing whatever we did. And evening now, and we go in and we eat a little food and thing, we would gather. Them would allow us them time to gather in our little space, in our slave quarters and our little space, and would start chant. And different ones would start to do them thing, work them magic and work them science. And by morning, in the morning, you rise up, the storehouse burn down. A plague of locusts come down upon the crop. Master firstborn about 105-degree fever, and them can't get it break none at all. Eventually, you don't know what happened. Yeah, until them figure it out. And the story goes. This is the folklore now. The folklore goes that how they quieted that science was starting to feed us a lot of salt in our cornmeal and all of the other crap where them used to feed with. When I don't know if they know about cornmeal, you know, what them call meals. When you eat meals, especially with salt in it, and you drink water to quench that salt and that thing swelling you and you go to sleep. You get what them call nigritis. Then, yeah, so them found out again. That's why here they another piece of information for the item. That is why you hear the Nyabinghi, the original Nyabinghi on them. But italics that are used salt, none at all. Because them say salt was used to cut our power. Salt was used to cut our power. So they don't use salt any at all. See, that was where it's coming from. Because they spiced our food, killed our vibe, and then eventually they made it taboo. They made all of that taboo. We could no longer work those science. That's how voodoo became taboo and all of those other practices that I brought from Africa with us. Give thanks, there were certain ones that didn't give it up. The Maroons and them held fast to it. Dirty Bookman carried go over here to go work it with Toussaint them, and you see what happened. We did win a battle, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord. Floor is open, my Lord. And I have a prayer.
Yes, pertaining to the ceremonial part of the harder, and the ceremonial part of the harder is more the do good part, right? So you find say that more a little slower, right? Yes, and the celebration part now, you see, the celebration part is have a little more hype, a little more tension. You see what I said? Not like the sabbatical service. So even one of the brethren when we go to university, if you notice, him play a little different. Because with the, celebration I go through, but he was playing more sabbatically, and it don't, not saying he wasn't playing good enough, but we don't want that relaxed playing. We want him bring it up, bring up the tension. So when you get the Sabbath service now, you can hear the do good, right? Yes, so you hear so the do and the good. So every time you hear the do is right there, so the bass come, whether the hard or the soft part of the bass, right? You remember it's do and the good, the one do, right? Yes. And then now the repeater now when I say everybody or everyone, however you want to say, and then you hear the do good come forward again, you see? Yes, but when it comes on to the celebration part now, and all of this thing has energy going through, I remember the Pope, did put out a word when it comes on to the drumming in Jamaica. That's why, even shooters when me, grew up, we had the first man come there with drum because the other Rastaman, them couldn't play drum according to the hardware set. Yes, what I say, because the drum really, just like when you drop a stone in a pan, and you see that ripple effect. You know, I said the drum controlled the surrounding, whether you want to say the heater, you know, so it affect these individuals like the Pope and support. So they ever put a ban in on the drum, you know what I mean? So when it come out to the celebration part, just like how you see the Nyabinghi them play upon a more hyper type of way, and I said it requires that celebration moment where instead of you hear the do good, you hear more death. So you're the other hand. Even if the other hand is there, but you're more like a one you get. So at that moment you come like you get 1, 2, 3. Just like how the normal one I get 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can hear the 4 beat in the slower thing. When it a play more step up, it will come like a 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, like a marching him. You know, you say, oh, marching kind of more. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's why even the marching part of the thing now, when you have a marching him and you could have turned out at the marching thing and catch a marching chorus, it make the celebration hype up quicker. If you could have catch it from the marching thing and turn out of that and catch a marching chorus like, you know, Jonah, our two little sister, it kind of step up the bingy a little quicker, you know, as a man we carry the bingy over the years, you know what I mean? So we just share, you know, learning said we one perfect love.
Give thanks and never praise. Rastafari. And naturally I black. Floor is open. Any other angel?
Judith here.
Yes, my Lord.
My experience of the music, that's coming from a father generation, we're coming from that's a revival background. We know say, and even taking the history of Jamaica from Taki, music has always been a total ingredient in our evolution, our struggle for liberation. We know that, we know we can stand to be corrected. We know that revival rhythm was directed especially for healing. We know that Kumina was used as for the tool of war. We never go attack the enemy. Them formerly we learn so those two got corrupted or got mixed up in Jamaica when the practitioners were forced to work for the slave masters instead against them. That gave rise to the Nyabinghi order. You know, being exposed to living in a Renaclage and hearing counters, you know, we see the different rhythms. So it is integral. Different rhythms have their different places and times, you know. Well, the reality is that for me, as a adept, that's what made me stick and had to sit at King Emmanuel foot because the 1-2 order and the marching order that he established, it was the only, well, I say, Congo man coming out of Bakawal to be introduced that order and used as a platform. Me, I come from a little, say, semi-military background. If you check the marching rhythm, it is a rhythm were mostly used in military burial. The 2-4, the 1-2 order can be compared to the 4-4, to the 2-4 or the 4-4 music scale. So, as some may interlock Nyabinghi and the vibrations even with the modern scale of music. My Lord and Empress, do give thanks.
My Lord. Honorable King Chair.
What happened?
You know, say one night, I'm on the service and I hear the chorus shop chant for more than half an hour. And as they them know, half an hour for a chorus is a long time.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a hymn now, we're talking about a chorus. black man want go home. And for the whole time it chant, it never dropped. When I say never dropped, it never dropped. The tempo stayed up there. And when you look around, when I do up my eyes and look around, all the way was the same. Every man, every one way in at the service was them eyes was closed. And the whole of we are chant, black man want go home. And you could have feel the energy, you could have feel the sincerity of the chant. And it's so much so that the altar make it run and run and run. And the more it runs, the more people you see are coming in the service. Whether they must sleep in wherever them was, you just see people flowing in, flowing in, flowing in. That's why when Papa say is a calling to, yeah, because I tell you, it call you out of your bed. I have been called out of my bed camp. Then I arrest and priest I will call me. Priest Obi, come here. I'm gonna get up and I say, come here. I'm gonna stand up by the door, priest Turks, they up at the upper where priest Turks used to control them. And I stand up and I say, listen there. And I listen to music down at the tabernacle. And it sound like nothing I never hear yet in my life. I'm there camp long time. Priest say, listen, I go down, I say, I go down to our grab a robe and I down, I call it, down to the tabernacle. And it was the night, it was a 10-piece band. It was Priest Keity and Priest Shani Pankete. I'm telling your family, if you never experience nothing like that, you never experience nothing yet. The energy, the vibe, the vibration of the drum. Yeah, man, you cannot question that.
I experience that 2 o'clock in the morning. Some call you out of bed and down at service.
Down at service.
Yeah, man. Understand. Door is open, honorable my lord and empress.
Yes, family. If you reach this, so we reach this, they are them, because that's how Nyabinghi, this is the essence of who we are. Nyabinghi, we are come from a woman, That's why, check it out. That's why it's just natural to that energy of defense and defiance would have to come from the woman, it's a mother, And she is wailing for her children, her loved ones, her husband who is endangered, our children endangered, our auntie, uncle, the whole village, which is our family, is endangered. Mothers have a certain energy. We hype up. We want to go face them. We want to go whatever, But the mothers, they are looking at a wider spectrum, in regards to concern and, motherly care. So it is natural it's natural that vibration would have come from a woman, see. Because remember now, it is not being professed that was the first time that vibration exists in earth. It was just reawakened at that moment because it was necessary. It's like Christ, them say Christ come when mankind has walked out of their way, as straight from the light. The Christ come because if him don't come, we're gonna walk straight off of the precipice. Because we're walking in darkness and at the end of the darkness is up. Yeah. So the Christ come and lead us back to the light. It's the same way. The mother, her energy, she wants to save her family. So she's thinking every kind of way. Now, when the husband killed the woman who was supposed to love, protect, nurture, to for better or worse, through sickness and health, to all the beautiful sayings that them have in the wedding things. I'm supposed to do with this woman. Instead, envy the woman and take her life. Along with everything else that was coming down the pike. Because the Portuguese was on their doorstep. The Dutch was on their doorstep. The British, the French, the German, the Italian was all on their doorstep. The energy was needed more than ever. Well, no, sir. Nyabinghi is needed now, and it's going to rise again with the same kind of power if we are to be rescued, redeemed. Because this is a open warfare in the family. I hope the item is really viewing and seeing, when a powerful empire can look at a small little country and invade it and take out leader from a sovereign country, and the rest of the world have to just sit by and watch it. Seeing? And that same entity is waging war at people of African descent. Not just in America, can kill us in America like joke. Police can kill and him don't go do a day. See? Look at what them do the woman in Minnesota the other day. One of their own, and look how the murder with no impunity. The murder the woman and just So in America, it's not in America we worried about, Look at the power that the man have to go outside. Yeah, the man say he want Greenland, he want. So if tomorrow him say he want Trinidad, you think Trinidad can do nothing? Want Jamaica, you think Jamaica can do nothing? We have any army? We have anything can come up against them? Nothing, but with science. That is what so we need to perfect the one tool that we have, family. The one weapon that we have, we need to perfect it. We need to learn this art that put fear into what him name Federico Philos. That him blast that propaganda all over Europe. Is more than 10 pages, It's a book, The guy put out, in different waves, Trying to incite Europe to action, So we need to perfect with art. And the only thing we have, without my lad, well, unless black people have some laser beam I don't know about, and some, kind of weaponry that I and I don't know about, the weapon that I and I have is the energy of nature. So we need to learn the science on how to harness that energy. Just first night, my virgin, Ras Jabalani was reminding me, said, in the Italian-Ethiopian war, it wasn't just the masterful strategy of the emperor that caused his reascension to the throne, The war that was waged for 5 years that made Italy uncomfortable was waged by nature using science, the Batawe. It is known, and I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to even attach folklore to this one. It is known that the Batawe came out of the hills with nature, hives of bees, encampment of soldier, and a soldier run up all over the place, and nature rose up against the Italians. How did that happen? The science that I and I ancestors know and perform. That's why Ethiopia didn't fall. The emperor was a master Kabbalist, Everybody forget this, This is not Priest Dougie saying this. Do your research. He was a master of necromancy and Kabbalah. Pretty much the same thing. If you want to sum it up under whatever other religious title you want to add to it, he knew how to conjure, how to use the tools of life to protect himself. how to rise up the animal and rise up the weather and rise up whatever he needed to rise up in him space. He knew the science. Just like how the Native American them could have chant back in the day, chant and make rain fall. They were having a drought, bad weather in certain area, and certain tribal ones, them tend to certain ancient would know the wisdom, and them would come and them would chant and chant and chant and break the drought. Science, my Lord. And then
Bless. Yes.
Yes, royalty.
Floor is open.
Empress Nyabinghi, right? If you know wise, she never gonna learn that, That was a inborn concept. And Nyabinghi is older than she, right? And if you know wise, maybe 100 years or so long it never rise up. But when it needed, cause I remember when we say nature is man and woman, we still talk about, you see?
Yep.
But when it needed, just like when the Father transcend and certain things did needed, when it wasn't practicing what it needed, but it does manifest, and yet we were there manifesting what we manifest. And I man could have tell you the feeling, the other man with it, they could have tell you the feeling,
So,
and yet when you say the first individual take up a shovel of dirt, we say we're going, and yet still we put that power out ourselves. You understand? We don't identify that power with that whirlwind, with ourselves. We put it out ourselves like it's an entity out ourselves, create this whirlwind. But there was a feeling in every individual, including the leading prince, right? So sometimes we don't give forward to one another the honor. But when a man going to the court or anywhere now and he speak about earthquake, and you find say the earthquake happen, he even get the name earthquake. You know what I mean? But at that moment now, I find out say all I look out ourselves. You say this world will come from somewhere, maybe out ourselves. But this world will not create in a high and high. Would have carried these feelings at the moment. You understand me? I say, yes, world could have, speak of the whirlwind. You understand? So when the time needed, my Lord, the Father always produce whether a man or a woman, to do the thing, cause a flesh have to manifest everything that is to be manifest. You know what I mean? That's why when I see the world, when I never just say it just come out or nothing, more than come out I and I feeling, because it was just even a different feeling, where it was unprecedented. We never have nothing to compare at that moment where we have got through. You know what I mean? You want perfect love.
yeah, real talk, priest Earl. Real talk, yeah, talk. And quickly, you know why? Real talk, yeah, talk. I remember talk bring talk here, so talk spark memory. I remember when the father kept hosted the Rastafari unity meeting up on the hill in 1978. Now at the end of the meeting, because they came up there, all of the brethren them came to meet with the father because they had held other meetings previously in different locations, trying to galvanize the unity that they were trying to put together. And Sam Brown, as one of the leading spokesmen at that time, it was him and Jalide who was really the two main spokesmen for the gathering. Everybody spoke, but those two were the most vocal, and seemed like everyone kind of deferred to them. They said that they came because they wanted the last word to come from the Father on the whole idea of whatever they were trying to do. Long story short, they said all that they were to say. It was a whole day reasoning. And at the end of the day, because the father sat there entire day, listened to them, and at the end of the day, the father spoke. And the father told them what he told them. One of the things I remember, one of the main thing I remember him saying, because Jalai had proposed something during the reasoning about getting some funds, some money from the government to set up community centers and whatever. And the father, one of the main things the father amplified at that time is anyone will take any funds under them kind of pretense will not leave past Port Royal when the time comes. So man for wise, where them assign them name to and where them take from Babylon. That's one of the things I remember. Anyway, at the end of the reasoning, they said that they are gonna come back. It was that meeting was in somewhere around me, and them said them gonna come back now in July, right after Far Day. Them coming the 26th. That was the date. I can remember clearly. They were coming the 26th, which was supposed to be a Sunday. We work our shots cleaning up the place, getting the place together, whitewash every stone and every tree root, and clean up out by the path coming up to the camp and all of that. Place was manicured. The father did preparation. On the day, only the media came. The media turned up. The media wasn't there on the first gathering, But after hearing whatever the media heard through the grapevine, media turned up. Arthur Kitchen from Gleaner came, and whoever from Daily News came. The man them never turned up. The father in full white with him shepherd's rod, standing on his veranda looking down to the sea, down from the south, looking down to the sea there. And just stood up on his veranda there for hours that day there. Just in a solemn mode. He never sat down, he just stood up there for a while. I passed him, go to kitchen, pass him, go back, pass him back after that. Then the conversation, you could hear the conversation, the mumbling throughout the yard. See. So the man him come and the father is bringing. The father not say nothing do, but him just in silence, him own internal. And him just looking down upon the sea. And you see when we look out to sea, we see one black cloud, a cover come, a roller come off of the sea. A roller come. Two the black cloud reached the land, and when we had a big rock up on north there where I did rest up by Priest Rock House. There was a big rock right almost in front of where Jenko Giant Jabil did rest. We stand up on the rock and I look down in the grind and thing. And you see zinc blow off a house top and zinc blow away, and people are running and grab to go off a line, and it just look like hands down there. The people moving like hands. A piece of breeze passed through. Just unprecedented. What the mother call a freak storm is what they call it. Passed through the evening there. We observed that and kind of, all right, this is, the father rat, and we see this happen. Thought it was just that. You see, the next day when I left go to town now to check our old lady. When I reach uptown, because I usually come off of the bus and walk through Campion College to reach over from my end. See them blow down over Campion and all kind of tree blow down and all kind of thing about the place. It on the news say a freak storm pass through and blow down all kind of thing throughout the place. See? Now, I'm not gonna say a coincidence. I can't see that as coincidence, I can't, because it was supposed to be a very important moment in the history of Rastafari. See?
Yeah.
Where the man was our come back to be one again, and the father against all him feelings, because I know so the father kind of did weary with certain things. So that's why I'm never too trod with them anymore. But with all him feelings, and put it aside and him host them and agree to host them again. And then set up the man and don't come. Arthur Kitchen, if one can access Gleaner archives, you will see the article that Arthur Kitchen writes and put in the paper about what him experienced at that event. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Science,
Bless.
If we see the message.
Empress Nicole, you say something?
Science,
Blessed love, my Lord and Majesty.
Well, happy Earth Day, Honorable Priest Oswald, my Lord.
Give thanks, give thanks. Rastafari. Love to the house, you know. You know how to use my phone. You know my phone. Rastafari. Give thanks, Honorable. My phone drowned out yesterday on some water. So I had to use Empress Nicole's phone to get communication until I buy a phone tomorrow. You know? But about Sean going good and everything going good. So far so good, you know.
My Lord.
Regardless of what I 69 and happy.
My Lord.
And doing the best I could do to try to make life better for each and everyone on the planet. So the Elder Council is about the best cooperation I ever had with a group of people in my life for 69 years. Because most of the people so thank you, all kind of hypocritical thing. But as an Elder Council, we could talk to each other, we could reverence with each other, and we try to bury the dead and them what we can't even afford. So we just do what we have to do. But we'll reach there, and we'll continue doing what we have to do. Because we Africans will fight if necessary. Because we are winners, we are confident in the victory of good over evil, right over wrong, black over white, Ariel over illusion, and just goodness, and peacefulness. So let us continue our duty as we do what we have to do and link forward the lineage what we are doing. Priest Shavana always doing a great job. Priest Emily a great job. Empress Trisha a great job. Emperor Nappy a great job. Priest Knuckles a great job. The historian in England a mighty job. Empress Rachel a good job. Empress Jan Secretary a great job. Empress Trisha a great job. Mother Macy a magnificent job. And we love who name I miss out, me just miss out. But you want me say Empress Cindy, Empress Akim, everyone, anyone who I miss out, the more important and who name I call. But there's so much things in my heavens, and they haven't declared the glory, and we can't to glorify certain things, so certain things we can't remember. Me just a little old man trying to do a little thing, to do the thing right. And we love the item, and we love the respect, and the love for the item. And the idea manners in me to be more disciplined and more orderly. And because as a big man, sometimes I get caught up in a youth stage. And that was like the young in them, man. We just give thanks for the item never really run me or get rid of me, but just keep me and call me all philosopher and make me feel, oh, I that philosopher now. So I introduce myself to people nowadays, not as priest as well, but priest apex. Because when you give a man your name, you give him your whole identity. Press one button and you know your past, future, and present. So I call myself Apex, meaning the head of something. The head of myself. Because without the head, we can't make it. So give thanks. Sorry for being so long-winded, on this auspicious day. And I give thanks to each and every one within the song of my voice. Let us continue. Let us continue to treat the juniors as seniors, and juniors will like the item to step up and take over and let the elders have it more comfortable so they could advise and research and so long like the meek of the earth. Because we are that, and we just had a big gap for 30 years, and we had to close up the gap and heal up the unity. Unity will only come by means of forgiveness. Because we are all one, one happy family. So when we look at one man, we see Jah. See the next man, we see King Emmanuel. We look at the next one, we see Marcus. We look at the Empress there, we see Empress Menen, and so on and so forth. Let us stay together. Let's stay together. I like my little R&B too. So Let's Stay Together is a song that we should keep and keep doing what we have for the Empress. I know it's Empress Day today. And the Empresses, I love the Empress and them more than so. And Empresses, we trying all what we have to do to make life comfortable for the item and better for the item. Because the item without a mother, we can't be breastfed, we can't have no uterus to lie down in, and we can't have no mother, no one to call mommy. So give thanks for the Empress's journey, and the man them, we just continue stepping up and working with the Empress and them. Because when a man and a woman get together, they coordinate to make a whole. Out of two, we are one, and out of one, we are many. Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Sorry for being so long-winded as usual. I just love to the item and divine peace, prosperity for the New Year, and cut and clear, my Lord and Empress, Empresses, and Prince and Princesses.
All right, Priest Apex, my lord.
All right, Father Genesis. All right, Father Genesis.
Yes, man, of a priest as well. Give thanks to the six
Your name Genesis Priest,
yes,
Look
yes, and priest as well. Give thanks to the 6 and 9, another powerful number, because you know you turn it remain the same, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man. One perfect love.
Yes, man. And that 6 and 9 symbolize the infinity sign. So the sign of infinity, So give thanks, my Lord, for you doing such a great job for everyone, my Lord and Majesty.
What time you born?
I born Friday evening.
Evening time?
About 5:30, so going into the Sabbath.
Okay.
So I think my name in Ghana is Kofi or something. So.
Time.
For that day,
Floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love. Empress,
Blessed
I come
love.
again. Well, I wanted to send an earth strong to Priest Aswad as well, an elder who has connected with I and continues to sharpen me. I give thanks and I'm very humbled, along this trial to be connected, not just with you all, but, I want to lift him up right now because he has sent me a lot of information and intuitive thought. We don't know each other personally, but he knows, so I love the fact that Priest Earl mentioned that the 6 and the 9, no way you turn it, it's the same. And that speaks volumes for Priest Aswad. I have sensed that about him, and the infinity symbol is a continuation of his meditation, which is true. So I just want to give thanks for the elder. I also wanted to lift up some more information about worship, being that Rastas, we hold up flags. And I wanted to know if ones could share some information about the importance of that, and one of the attributes of Christ is Jehovah Nissi, the Lord my banner. And for myself, I made connections with the banner that is held, at the entrance of, the temple, and with also when I was calling to ministry, when I was in the church, using the banners, I made a spiritual connection there that was profound for me, because I too use the banners in a different way, but the symbolism of the banners is there's many, but it's a standard that is lifted. And the word dago is a Hebrew term that describes the banners. And so because we're talking about worship, I thought it would be necessary to also bring in the significance of the flag. I know that typically in the Rastafari Liberty, we don't use the banners in motion or in dance. I mean, well, they are swung, right? But there is another way that is used within the Protestant church, I would say, and it is significant to me because it aligns totally, goes right into Rastafari as well, in an African perspective. So I wanted to hear what ones have to say about the banners that are held, and because they're also symbolize worship as well as worship, victory, and things of that nature. So I would like to hear what ones have to say.
I said, floor is open.
Symbolism, Priest Earl. And jump on that one then.
Yeah, man. The emperor they speak about. At the time in the war in Ethiopia, you'd have the green on top. I think it's in the heart of biography of His Majesty, page 232 there, where him speak about the two banners. But why him have to draw now for the red on top? You understand? So personally, in the footnote there, see him saying, not the usual green, gold, and red, but the red, gold, and green. You see, it's him that have to draw now for the red on top. In that war. You know what I mean? Yes, so you'd have the green on top where, whether the ancient or not, but him is still now in the heights of the war, him that be drawn now this banner. So sometimes I even in Jamaica, because even Pinnacle, at the moment they couldn't even fly the green on top because, through the government, that's why after the Rastaman to charge him for all type of treason charge. You know what I mean? But when they check Ghana at the moment, maybe never exists at that moment with the red pan top. So it was a free banner with the red pan top where Jamaica government couldn't charge, even the brethren of a Pinnacle there, for treason. So him have to use that banner where you say at the Congress freedom banner represent the door of return. You know what I mean? Yes. That's it.
Honorable, to this year.
My lord.
Banners of like coat of arms, because if you look at our banner, they have symbols, the lion, the star, the R, all have meanings. Banners have meaning. With the history of the red, gold, and green, as you know, globally, the red, gold, and green is known and accepted as the banners of liberty. The colors of liberty, sorry. The colors of liberty. Okay, if you look in a lot of the countries that have fought for their independence and things, you will see they have some form of combination of those colors. Bolivia and other places. Now, symbolism has a great impact. One of the things that you will see in the constitution of the EABIC, coming from the original constitution, and it doesn't change in any constitution that will cover the Congress, is that one must respect the banners. The banners have a certain current with it too. Your banner is not supposed to touch the ground. There are things you have to know about a banner, to fully understand the symbolism of its sentiment. If you look in Jamaica, even the science man, the what them call at Jamaica, the Obia man, having banner them. There's not a real Obia man nowhere about the place there where have him establishment and don't have a banner flying, whatever his banner is, whether it is red and whatever. But banners have symbolic meaning, and they have energy that is applied to them. The red, black, and green have a definitive energy because it was infused with that energy when it was given to the African world. Because it wasn't given to any one people. It wasn't given to Jamaica or Rasta. It was created to establish the black nation, because at the time we were not a nation, and we're still not a nation, but we were worse not a nation at that time, because coming out of slavery and then being colonized, only one country in Africa remained free at one point before Liberia was created. Then only two countries remained, which was Liberia and Ethiopia. So that banner was created by the Honorable Prophet Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Black Tiger, for us as a people, and it carries a specific energy. When you see any form of uprising among people of color, you're going to see that banner. Even if you don't see a Rastafari banner, you're going to see that banner in places like England or US and those places. There is some form of upheaval. You may not see a red, gold, and green, but you're definitely going to see a red, black, and green, because it incites unity. It incites nationhood. So when we are coming together for a common cause, that banner always presents itself. See? So banners have specific symbolic meanings. Give thanks. Back to the chair.
Yes, Royal Chair, put a little more spin on the banner there. So
go ahead, please.
If you notice I Tabernacle, right? When the service over, the four bannermen meet in the center of the tabernacle, right? And you know what I mean, them roll up the banner, right? It don't go in front of the altar, right? So we have to remind them and them now, say, everything is eye science. So when you roll up that banner now, you're not going to open it in the tabernacle when you take it up. You're going to walk to the door of where you're going, right? Take time, roll it out. By the time you reach where you stand up, it's supposed to finish open. And that's why I didn't know they had that. So when it finished open out there, like you're releasing something, you don't open it in the tabernacle. And I find out even today is that taking place. It are open in front of the altar. So, I call upon even Priest Brown, if he could elaborate upon the opening of the banner. I remember that you walk to your door, take time opening, and when you reach at the door where you stand up now, it's fully open, and you flash it out. You wave it out that moment. So I find out, the younger man, they now come in front of the altar, opening the banner. You know what I mean? And that is the wrong way. You know what I mean? Call upon Priest Brown if you could elaborate upon that.
Blessed love, my Lord. Blessed love, my Lord. Love to the royal congregation. Give thanks for the remembrance, I was given that duty there as chief priest guard for the tabernacle from King Emmanuel and taught such principles. And it is when others came in and decided, them asked Dada for two things, but and Dada give them freedom for do it because Dada want we to learn. Cause sometimes me see it now, Dada never want me to just know say I have just a feeling. To know say when you don't do certain things properly, certain things occur. When me see happening in my life, Dada teach me a way and we see others come and that even love ones to do things and then we come learn say because you see as you mentioned earlier, one of the things where it even make I man very skeptic is that when a certain generation was coming into Jerusalem, we came in with an interest to embrace what was there already. When we were there and taught and established and ascended out to the calling to the world, there came across this word that we don't know the value of the teaching of King Emmanuel something. Someone or a set of people know how to use it better than we come do it. You know? And so that is all the changing from in a come out in all these processes, my lad. Just like the hymns and the changing of the rhythm, and and ones understand even when I do these things, what am I indulging, my lad. So what you say is perfect. The banners, when I was taught to say, we say a prayer inside, and then each march to the door, unfolding skillfully. When you reach right at your position, your hand fold and wave them four wings, my lord. Give thanks.
That said, my give thanks for clearance, you know. And he said, when we remember it too. Floor is open, my lord and empress.
Yes, to the floor, my lord. I like to give a little light as well, still same way as we say, God is
Freedom.
light, let there be. God is light and let there be light, you know? In the book of Genesis, as I speak out, I know it said that we are light wave of the universe and the things that we created as our light. So back in, like His Majesty said, the first symbology that we first cited back in the temple of Magdala was the red, gold, and green, you know? And that was back in the temples, as you see back in Luxor and back in the ancient temples of, in the pyramids. And these are these same colors. So it was all showing of a light wave of a spectrum that we see from the light, because it was of the element. That's why we use these things of the element to represent I and I banner. So we say we lift up the banner in the name of our God. So L is God and mean mind. So it's the God mind that we see from the light spectrums, of our temple, and they carry these same spectrum of light, just like when you see water hit against a glass, you see red, gold, and green, you see a reflection. So these was of the elements. After the rainfall, you see the rainbow, So these was the light spectrum that we do see, and these was our banners that we uphold, Give thanks, my lord. I like to just bring that to the Lord.
Give thanks. Yeah, banners represent a standard. If you look at them all, as you say, even them Western movie and them old war movie, you always see the banner man. And more time you no gun him just hold the banner. You have to protect the banner. And if him get licked down, you see our next man pick up the banner. Banner represent your state. On the altar we have 7 banners. The red, gold, and green is the church, represent the church. The red, black, and green represent the state. The United Nations banner represent a collective security for surety. The Nigerian banner is the free state of Nigeria. The then I think it had the 5-point banner. Can't remember how it go down. And then you have the black banner and you have the rainbow banner. So all these banners represent our estate, our being as the EABIC. These are the banners we evaluate what establish ourselves as a people. So every group you always see you have a banner to represent. So I think yeah. And one can pick it up from there.
To the chair one moment.
Yeah.
I think you lift out a banner which for me, not is very significant. When
Which
my dada
one?
when Dada saw the rupture in the United Nations and he ordered a new United Nations banner to be made and to remove the laurel leaves and replace it with herb with the when I say ganja herb leaf. Up to now, well, maybe my significance tonight because I was the banner builder at the Kingfoot at that time and was given the duty to build it. We share it with the brethren them in when I would say reconstruction or rebuilding a Jerusalem schoolroom. But now that we see the use, even since the legalization of the marijuana, me even see the foresight of that when he gave the command that that banner should be made, my Lord and Empress.
My lord. The 5 point banner coming after the United Nations banner.
The 5 point banner symbolize come after you have the red, gold, and green. No, the
Right.
red, black, yeah.
Red,
The
black and green.
for some reason, yes, the red, black, and green. Then they had the red, the 5 point, the 7 point. No, 5 point. The 7 point never come up till we are down there. Yes,
Yeah.
earlier it was the and then came the church. The 5 point was representing the church because it had 7 stars in it one time.
But are the red, black and green, red, gold and green.
United
United
Nations.
Nations. 5
Red, black,
points,
and green.
5 points. Then
Red,
the
black,
black
and green.
Right.
Nigeria. Right.
Red, black, and
Nigeria
green.
coming
United.
after the 5 points.
Yes, my lord.
All right.
It was
Yes, Royal
later
Chair.
that I introduced the 7 point and the black over white.
Yes, please, sir.
Red, black, and green.
Priest Brown, mute your mic. Mute your mic, Priest Brown. We are get that here. Go ahead, please, sir.
The United Nations fly between the red, black, and green and red, gold, and green, right? And then now the Nigeria banner. The fifth kingdom now, where they represent the Congress, are the fifth banner, right? You know what I mean? Yes.
Then the black.
And then you know so the black banner after that. You know what I mean?
And then the rainbow.
With the sixth banner. And then the seventh color now. Where the purple pan top, not the blue, because I did make a new changes there and put the purple to pan top because yes, it's Genesis 9, you know, where it speak about the banner there, right? Just to say the world kind of run with that now and the funny word where you call the gear word.
Yeah.
Them have some alphabetical number there.
The alphabet word.
Yeah, so them have the blue pan top. So I did make a new changes.
And for okay.
So I wasn't there directly when the changes make, you know. I come see that and observe, say, Jadid put the purple pan top. So as I come in, you know, you don't check say it wrong because you come out of the road and you say, the seven color carry the blue, you know, right under the gold, the green there, right?
Yeah.
But make a new thing. I think the Priest Brown have something to do with that also. You know what I mean? Where you put the purple pan the green and the blue under the purple, you know what I mean? So that is all.
So the United Nations the United Nations are the second banner, my lad?
Yes, it always fly between the red, gold, and green.
Red, gold, and red, black. All right.
As a security, that means that even when the officer them come there, and if they respect that banner, they would have said the man fly the United Nations between the red, black, and green, and the red, gold, and green. You know what I mean?
My lad. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. My lad. Floor is open.
Yeah. To the chair.
Honorable Priest as well.
Yes, my lord. Concerning the banners, right?
I know the 5-point star represent the tetragrammaton. That's the symbol of the tetragrammaton. That is God's figure. And the 8-point star symbolizes the Melchizedek order. That is what I know of the banners. But the rest of information I heard, and I'm almost certain the tetragrammaton is a 5-point star, a symbol of God and the church, and the 8th interlock symbol point star is Melchizedek, and that is all over in every place, all over the world. You find that 8-point symbol, my Lord and
But
Majesty.
we don't have an 8-point symbol.
No, but a lot of things we don't have, and a lot of things we need to have. But I just identifying it for what it stands for. Because if I ask you which banner, which point star symbolize Melchizedek, and you look it up, you will find it's the 8-point star, my Lord, the 8-point symbol. So whether we had it or we don't have it, we're supposed to have it, my Lord.
Give thanks.
So we can rectify that and get that straight for the records.
I prayed it through the chair. As one who was exposed to what I call that metaphysics, symbolic, Kabbalistic teaching, even before reaching before the throne of King Emmanuel. God has told us God has told us that He was teaching us a new Kabbalistic order, not upon those that were written in the ancient books. My Lord, give thanks.
My lord, I'll have to still interject. Yeah, I have to interject and remind me of something. The man say, you know, and this is a culture when I come here, come learn. You not come with nothing new. You come to bring back to remembrance things of old. So nothing new, Jah never teach you nothing new. It was new to us in our time. But it was not a new concept existing in earth. See, because him don't come to change the Nyabinghi order, you know. Him come to re-establish it. But it's a different dispensation of time. So it's gonna present itself in a different, just a natural, different energy. But the principles, the founding principles and what we are established. It's not new, near Jive say with the moon mouth, say, yeah, if a man come with something new, yeah, you have to wear it. Yeah. See, because you know, say a bamboozle, he might come for bamboozle. Is remembrance. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Remember who you are. Remember your ancestral ways. That is what we're tapping into, you know. Remember, that is what the ancient African is based on, you know. That is what, of all the things that Europe have come to fear, that is what Europe fears, you know. Because they know they can strong arm us and gunboat us. You know, they're with their gunboat diplomacy. But our ancestral African sacred science is what they fear. That's why they outlawed it. And it's that I is trying to get forward to family. To be able to conjure, to shape shift, to levitate, to teleport. I want to see Priest Day, but I don't have a number for Priest Day, but I can telepathically. Yeah. We had those science family.
Man, them thing real.
Yes.
Them thing real.
So it's just to come back to it, you know. There's illusions, there are fiction, and there are reality. Our African ancestral sacred science is a reality. It's not a fiction. See? That is what we let in the invaders out of love. And if you read, everyone should read this book, Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. It explains in the best way I have heard so far in all of the books that I have read. And I don't say I read every book, but yeah, it's one of the best expressions from an African point of view. Not from some scholar where come from Europe or some other place, but an African, Chinua Achebe. Things Fall Apart. He expresses in it how our society got enslaved, how things fell apart. We received them with open arms. They came in and they used a science on us that disarmed us. Then came the brutality, We have to check the history and learn the history. The brutality did not come just off the bat because they could not have won because them don't know with terrain. Them don't know nothing about our culture. Them don't know nothing about our living habits. Nothing them don't know about it. Just like how we never know nothing about them. They came with that missionary vibe, as they call it, that missionary mercenary vibe that them come with in the black gown with the white collar around them neck and whatever, and the Bible in one hand. And they taught us their science. They taught us they blinded us. They scienced us, controlled us with that science. Taught us to pray. Close your eyes and pray. When we as Africans never close eye, pray and think. See, that's not our culture. They taught us to pray. And as the old saying, the old folklore goes, when we opened our eyes, we had the Bible, they had the land. Meaning they had the wealth and the power. It's not that we were weak and our science didn't work. We let them in and them neutralize the science with their science. What they said in the book, Things Fall Apart, it said that the mercenaries, the missionaries came in and they siphoned off all of the bright minds. The chief's son, who was heir to the kingdom, you understand, all of the nobles' children, and they taught them about Jesus, taught them about religion, and told them that what your father and your grandfather and those were doing is pagan, is hedonistic. You can't go to heaven with that. That is how they got in on us, family. That is how they got to us. Because of our love and our openness, which is nothing wrong. We are a divine people. It's just that we now understand that the whole world is not divine. So we have to protect ourselves and defend ourselves. After the emperor returned back from exile into Ethiopia, someone said them didn't like the word exile, them call it a vacation. Them go on a 5-year vacation. When he returned, what was the first thing that he did? Was to form a military academy. Because he now, as a divine defender of the faith, realized that the whole world wasn't into faith. And this is a real materialistic world. This is a physical world. See? So faith alone without works, which is protection, and being wise, see, alone couldn't do it. Faith alone just by itself couldn't do it. Faith with the works is what did it. And I will end with this. Just like the scriptures when David was running from Saul and went into the equatorial forest for refuge. And he went to the first village and they took him in. And him dead and them get the word say, Saul and Moses come. And the first village, and he said to them, say, well, yeah, Saul come when I go do. Him say, well, them is Sabbath keeper, Them nah, them nah do nothing for the Sabbath and them nah make no preparation or nothing. When David hear that, David take him loyal crew and move on deeper down into the forest. Later on the word reach him. Saul come up on them and slew them off. The next village that David go and he tell them what go on and what go on. And them say, well, you what? Sabbath or no Sabbath, we are set up ourselves. We are prepared. Saying so. I'm saying this. I'm giving that allegory to say faith without work is dead. It has no use. You have to apply the science to the thing. It's just like having service, and not knowing the science, You just having a get together. But when you apply the knowledge of the science to the service, then it becomes impactful. Whether the science is for healing, for defense, for whatever, that is the reality of what we have to get back to. And finally, it's in this time with what we see going on, our Father says to put the woman them up front. With this crisis, this world crisis, and this crisis that we as Africans are facing, it is the empresses that are going to solve it. It is the empresses that's going to be the balancing factor in this, the tipping factor that tips the victory in our direction. That is what our Father was teaching us. Science. Put the woman them up front is a part of the science. In this time, we're going to see the reality of it. It's becoming more and more evident. They rejected Kamala Harris, and you see what they got for it. Now, them begging for Michelle Obama to run, and they're begging for Kamala to keep in the race, because it is them who's going to come and calm back the storm that is raging. The feminine energy of Queen Nyabinghi. My Lord and Lord.
My Lord. Give thanks.
To the
Floor is
chair.
open, Honorable. My Lord.
To the chair.
Honorable Praise.
Yes, my Lord. If I may say, right, Priest Shavana is right on point with the feminine energy. Because the feminine energy is who helps us today. Because most of the patriots cannot handle it. It's the matriarch. Most of us grew up not with our grandfather, but with the grandmother. So it's a long time that happening. And with the symbols of the banners, right? Remember, I don't know if I get what Priest Elvis Brown was saying was correct, but the 8-point symbol, it was a replacement, but it was always there before, as Priest Shavana said, nothing is new. But our point is our memories are lost, and we have to remember things. That's why they say remember the Sabbath day, and we must remember. When we learn from each other, we teach each other, we remember. The Melchizedek order replaced the Aaronic order. So that came after, but probably it was before even Aaron order came, because everything is in cycles of 600 years, they change and everything changed. So we must understand things and don't just push them aside, because they use Kabbalah to confuse us. And in Kabbalah, what Father Abraham came and did, he was keeping us as one group with one unity and one brotherhood. But then after the brotherhood split, and man became egoistic and started to create their own invention and their own businesses, which Father Abraham wanted to be one collective, but man separated then. And when man separated, in the same one group, the family started fighting against family, because we are family who fight against each other and divide. The same way the family have to bring us together again. But what happened then with the separation, they give Father Abraham a dread fight, because when brothers separated and they was doing business now, they were doing business, and they started to make arms to protect themselves. So the group split in two. One was following Father Abraham and who was following their egos. People became egoistic. That's why it is written, we must live above our ego and use our ego as a benchmark. Not to say the ego is wrong, because the negative have its purpose. But when the negative and the positive come together and work out the situation, as Priest Rashawan, the sciences that we have to work out. The Jews use Kabbalah to control the world today. They're in charge of the world. The Jewish, because I know the Jews. The people who wishing to be Jews are Khazarians, from people from Poland and Russia who control Judaism today. That wasn't so before. because Emperor Haile Selassie talk about the Ori, the king Ori, who was 7,000 years elder than Solomon dynasty, and he gave people opportunity to research it and it came correct. So we must research a little more and study a lot more to get the details together, because we are doing the right thing, but I might know everything. Next Empress might know. But when we put it together and piece it together, we'll find out everything. So we must learn to agree to disagree and keep that collective bargaining to complete. One more thing concerning Kabbalah. When after Father Abraham, then Moses came with the same thing, but Moses realized the mistake that Father Abraham, how he get manipulated. And he came with a stronger force, he was more vibrant, he came in their realms that they couldn't even identify him. So there's a lot of mystic things within everything that we must go deep enough to understand the sciences, as Fisher Savannah said. And the sciences are things that we do not know. And we must not spread too thin, we must still hold together and do research. So that's why the youth of tomorrow comes in. Children from 1 year old to 40 years old is who is going to be running the planet. And Africa will have the greatest population as a continent by 2040. So that means Africa stretching out its hand. When Ethiopia stretches out its hand, all nations shall bow and enter. That is mean, because they already touch the water and control 90% of the water from the dam, and it's starting a war. So we have to do everything and round up everything and see the symbols and see before. There are things hidden from us, and we must research it. I can't give the answer for everything, neither can each of us, but we must listen to what the next man have to say and study it and research to help each other, my Lord and Empresses.
Blessed love, Honorable, my Lord. And the floor is open. If you don't have nothing. Blessed.
Blessed celebration, brethren.
Peace as one. I tap that, you know.
Yeah, tap for where I see my brother.
After celebration, my Lord.
Yeah, give thanks for life, my Lord, and give thanks for the eye song is stronger than I. Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari. But you know, say the white man, them come in Africa with a script, you know.
All right.
And they never really come in with no gun, you know. The gun, when they reach in now, the gun player come in, you know, the gun bring fear. But when they come in with a script.
True.
Them abuse the love what we show them, you know.
Yes, I.
So I flip now the script have to flip back, you know. That the flip now I go be gathering. That what them doing, you know, them coming with division, you know.
Get away.
And them use the Turian, like some Turian fatter than some, and them use certain people to fight against certain other people through the Turian. And so we get misused, you know. Because
natural, because honorable, if I may say, that what Priest Shabana was saying. The ammunition came after the strategy, because they bring the strategy and they bring the ammunition and the laws that they made to keep us in check, and they use laws and judges, false judges and fake jurors to still dominate us. So give thanks for that piece of literature. For the information I'm getting today, I'm really getting a great strong present from the item. Let us stay together. Let's stay together. It's an old R&B song. Let's stay together. And let's keep it together and work together. Because anytime we fight against each other, that is called suicide. And we destroy each other.
But I thought them coming with, you know, and coming for fighting. You know, we have to flip it and start unite together. I saw we could have overthrow them, you know.
Yes, sir. Black solidarity.
Yeah, man.
And when we talk about the waves, when we talk about frequency, right? And we talk about the waves, that is something we have to study. They have alpha waves and all different kind of waves and different kind of frequency to identify certain things in different spectrums. So there's a lot of things we have to do, and the four sciences are very beneficial for breaking the code. Chemistry.
This is how the preacher says. Kappa just them first come with the church, then them come with the courthouse and the jail. And the phase is that them come with the church first and religious size way. That means we are now docile. You understand? Because in Jesus' name we can't do nothing. We have to wait upon the Lord to do all things. Seeing so we can't defend ourselves or do nothing to revolt or resist. We become docile. See. So that was the purpose of religion. Then the courthouse now, because we never know nothing about taxes, That's another whole subject matter right there. When them come in with the courthouse, that's when taxes was introduced into Africa. You're on 5,000 acres of land that belonged to your father, who was a nomad who herded cattle. So one and his 5 sons own them push up a land there. Now all of a sudden them come and put up a courthouse and them send out an assessor, a tax collector, an assessor first to come assess how much land you have and how much cattle you have and whatever. And now you have to start paying taxes on that land, that ancestral land. That is how taxes was introduced into our system. Seeing with the coming of the courthouse. And when you couldn't pay it and you resisted from pay it, they had to punish you and do something. That is how the jailhouse now came. Then if you read the book, things fall apart. It will give a full clear picture. Family.
Yes, my lads. Well, we are coming to the 6. We are coming to the hour now. So, I look to bring it down now.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, royalty. Before you move, remember, priest prince again. We don't want to send out the word to your family. Yes. That we are local strength. You know what I mean? That. You know what I mean? I, Priest Daniel, Mama Maisie. You understand? We don't know who we're going to meet. Otherwise, down so, because you have some bubble down so. And we are walk with the heart. That means, you know what I mean? Yes. So. We are look the strength of the family, who can put a 50, who can put a 20, who can put 100, or who can just support the thing too. Because, the man said if you use the I am affirmation, that means I am wealthy, I am good. You know what I mean?
That's right.
All the goodness where they come on to I am, you know what I mean? So we have the honorable priest prince thing right now in front of us, and you know what I mean? I hear the honorable priest that remind when the brethren them come up a yard. But one of the things where them couldn't face now, it was so hard for Babylon half of them possession and all of these things, and when they hear King Emmanuel speak, it come like there was no progress in his speech, because the man said, if you stand up with me, with a reach far. That's why they never come forward in the day, because it come like the whole of the answer was done from the first day. Because the man simply said to them, because he lost his speak, if you did stand up with me, with a reach far. So for them argument done from that first day, when you check it out now, where them that come forward and them get the answer from the first day. You understand? So them never stand up with the man. Every man want to be a different ruler of Jamaica, ruler of this. You understand?
But
yes.
So the white man come in, and that way the white man come in from where, That everyone me to feel say me more powerful than you and give me authority over you.
Not true.
So you know turn against me to like me switch. And
We
instead of the
experiencing it. We
instead of
still
the
are
white man,
experiencing it.
instead of the white man do it, you know, and the black man has face them and say, you know, but the white man principle stand up in front of them.
That's all right.
Yeah, priest, them
Yes,
call it doctrines of discovery.
it says. Yes, my lord. So I say, oh, I look to come down.
Yes, my
And
lord.
we'll call on our Second Sergeant General Priest Earl for close it out. Priest Earl.
Remember the 1-1 Coco family. So we can get strength, you know? So.
Yeah. We are going to try to see by Wednesday if we can collect whatever little dividends we can do. We'll put it up on the chat and see by Wednesday we collect what we have. And bless the priest with it. Yes, priest Earl. Unmute your mic, priest Earl.
You right?
Yes.
Yes. So I get a second to close it, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Yes. So, what do I ask? A little virtual reverence here, you know, universally, internationally, you know. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down upon the skirt of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that ascend upon the mountain of Zion. For you, Rastafari, command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. O Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reign the heart of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. How thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. Together we walk, together we talk, together we wash one another's feet. Some people say we have no need, but we are doing Rastafari commandment. Laws and commandment from I and I, ever living King, King Emmanuel VII. Jah, Rastafari, one perfect love, royal family, you know. They could keep it black and beautiful as usual, no?
Rastafari.
Blessed love.
Remember the kete.
Great reasoning.
We're glad to hear you. You sound like you're getting there, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
On top of sound strong too, you know. Top of sound
you
strong.
know, man, at the top of me, no. I talk about.
Yeah,
At the
man.
top of me, no, man.
Yes,
man.
honorable priest, and I come in, I will bring it for you. I have it right here, yeah?
Rawola, yes, yeah, Rawola will take God. I'll come Rawola to it, you know.
Blessed love, my Lord, and emphasis, everyone present, you know. We have to continue the conversation what we are just having, because things, we have to set an order, and we have to revolt and rebel. Because Marcus Messiah Garvey said the same strategy they use.
Yeah,
we must be friendly with them, but we must use the same strategy they use against us, and then don't keep a permanent relationship with them. So we have to revolt and we have to rebel. Concerning the burial money and the funds, we have to talk about that too when we come in the executive meeting, and let us bring things to our right and continue making law when needed, articles of right where it is important, my Lord and Majesty.
My Lord.
Love to one and all.
Blessed.
And
Rastafari.
to extend from the family.
Yes, royal family, do give thanks, my Lord and Majesty.
Royal historian. Blessed love.
No.
Give thanks, my lad. Me didn't know, but me give thanks still for everything, you know.
I mean, man. I'll send the link for you next Sunday, Saturday, all right? Yeah. Yeah, man. Get thanks for the reaching out.
Yes, royal family, give thanks to all inspiration.
Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord.
Yes, God. Thanks to the teacher
All
once.
right. Okay. Each and everyone, love. Rastafari.
Till we meet again, God.
That's love in the royal house.
Hi, Mr. Roberts. Hello. Benita from law school. I was always with her when